Grand rising, grand rising. Power to the motherfucking people. Black motherfucking power. Hopefully everybody good this morning. We're going to start this off like we always do. Playing some music and shouting out to people. Shout out my brother Rum Ham Solo, Flat motherfucking power. And my brother Poison Puppet. Much love and respect, man. Let's go. Link should be in the chat. Any topic, anybody can join. Let's go.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use this shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind.
Shout out my brother Darius McNair. Grand rising, brother. Much love, respect to you, the family, brother.
But not too many living to tell till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look. You think you came from an ape. Religion needs science. Science needs religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough.
Peace to my brother D. Allen Warren.
Tell you the truth,
much love and respect, D. Allen Warren.
It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Last of my people been driven over to another slave. For over 700 years, and I carried the youth, the European taught the Europeans to children coming back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
Got people running around as a Jesus face and a black church, a blood Jesus face, a blood Mary, a blood George, a blood disciple, a blood dog underneath the tree. In a black church.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court? Has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him. My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of the snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance.
Hey, shout out my brother Crip Walk.
Make it back. We got a lot of
Supreme Rising, brother.
Shit
You
is
and the
getting
family.
worse.
Crip Walk.
Hate run deep in these
Appreciate
roots.
you, brother.
It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church music we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim.
So you smoking on some jelly beans? Sound good. I've never had that before, jelly beans.
This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy,
then don't put your hands on me. We going over here to my nigga Sanchez. Where you at? Bam. Let's go. Hopefully everybody good this day, man. Flat motherfucking power. My brother Maybach, much love and respect, Maybach, Grand Rising, my brother. Hopefully everybody good. The link's in the chat. Any topic.
Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
You know we're gonna take this shit back, right?
Outside in, inside out.
Merc Heights, I see you.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican. All of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trusting them. You've been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, pausing's got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulate us and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb, trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Damn, they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
real.
Outside in, inside out.
You know I'm telling the truth.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They getting killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for. On Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, it ain't no settling like the Pilgrims. Hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
For real, shit is terrible.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind versus the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world
shout out Live and Learn.
Inside
Live and learn. Much love and respect to you and the family, brother.
outside in, inside out.
Shit is crazy.
Outside in, inside out.
Fuck the TV.
Fuck the TV.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah, outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
I don't even watch the news.
Outside in, inside out.
Bullshit.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in.
This, that, Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium. Fresh from the FedEx chest, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear the shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. You cry. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now ain't got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My equal love getting blown like a blammer. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention. You cry. And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming, executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the nine spray ya. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain that got faker. But the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, there could never be law for line makers. Suck your head, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the full fifth, waving you down like hi hater. When your soul leave earth, you can let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is, man. It's getting scary for you niggas out here, man. Know y'all feeling the pressure. This network shit, this shit real, man. Ain't nothing but real shit over here, nigga. Chris Cyphers just gave y'all a dome shot. Dangerous just put you niggas in a body bag. And now I'm about to bury you niggas, man. Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game. You niggas lame. Come and catch this flame. We ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap for fame. The 40 will make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel where the smoke blow. I need a heat check. Lilith from the low though. Smoke inside. You can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake.
You can smell my mojo. Shout out to my niggas, my network brothers, man. We networking over here, man.
Like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the niggas see prey, and move like Neo when the niggas see strays. I type to kill the competition, chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheater moving past you, I chuck the deuces on the replay. But y'all know what it is, man. Chris Cyphers, Dangerous, Trey Cobbs, man. This network shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man. Nothing but real. You already know. Y'all knowing how we get down, Joe. Network, nigga.
That works forever, nigga. And shout out the network, man. Shout out my brother Hurricane. Last song, man. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up. Any topic. You know, I got a couple topics that I want to talk about. Sharon Walker, much love and respect to you and the family always. Great grand rising, peace, love, and blessings to you and the family. Flat motherfucker power. Much love and respect to you. Blessings. Back to you, sister. You know, one of the topics that I really wanted to talk about was hangings, these hangings. Now, let me get this shit clear, right? We're so depressed that we want to hang ourselves. It's so much going on in our lives that we want to hang ourselves. Make that shit make any sense. We're used to being struggling. We're used to, downsizing. We're used to, substituting. We used to, the struggle. Flag on the play. Struggling is not nothing new to black people. It's nothing new. It was systematically set up this way. So when I see all these so-called hangings, right? It's a million ways to unalive yourself. A black person going flag on the plate is going to choose hanging themselves. It's a million ways to unalive yourself. We're so depressed, we're going to choose to hang ourselves. Make that make sense, man. Make that make sense, man. Thank you. All is well, sister, with me and the family. Thank you. Make that make sense, man. Y'all get me? Y'all get me? We've been struggling. Black people as a whole been struggling, going through all kinds of shit in America. You name it, the 1800s, the 1900s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 20s, the 80s. We were, we were picking ourselves up from the bootstrap, like they like to say. So we're used to struggling. We're used to maintaining, holding on. So for all these hangings to be happening, shout out my brother Talk You Talk Me, my network brother. Much love and respect, Reed. Always, brother. And for all these hangings that have been happening lately, right? Like I said, there's a million ways to unalive yourself. You can OD off of pills. You can slit your wrist. You can jump in front of a train. I mean, I ain't going to keep saying it, but it's plenty of ways you're going to unalive yourself other than hanging. And they want us to think that white people ain't doing this shit to us, that these racist soldiers ain't doing this, that we're doing it to ourselves. Like I said, that's just one of the topics we can talk about. It's any topic, man. I just wanted to give y'all my thoughts on that shit. All these hangings, my thoughts on it. I don't think we're that depressed. I don't think shit got that hard that we're going to hang ourselves. And the other thing is how, if you hang yourself and they call it suicide, they don't have to investigate. So that means these crackers can hang you. They're going to say you committed suicide so they don't have to investigate. And that person that hung that person can get away to do it again. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Poison puppy. Yes, we are. And I agree, Sharon Walker. And that was just because I ain't heard no videos, but I heard about another hanging in North Carolina, I believe it is. And like I said, black people aren't that depressed. We don't got that much shit going on that we never had going on. Like I said, we're used to the struggle that this corporation put us under. But one topic, the link's in the chat, man. The other topic is that I want to talk about. We know these pink people love their animals. They kiss them. They let them lay in the bed with them. They feed them the same food they eat. We know these pink people love their dogs. when black people start doing that same shit, most of those pink people love their dogs more than they love their brothers or other people. They love their dog more than they love black people. And black people falling for that same trick. Loving their dog more than they love their brother, their sister, and their neighbor. And they falling for the same fucking trick. We've been had a homeless problem in America. They're building dog hospitals and dog shelters instead of human shelters. And I see too many black people falling for that same shit. Loving their dog more than they love their brother and sister, man. I don't love no fucking animal that much. I love my family first. My family can stay in my house. A dog or a cat or an animal cannot. I think we're getting just like these pink people, these white people, and loving animals more than you're loving your other brother, your sister, or fellow being. I'm with you, Poison Puppet. I'm with you 100%, my brother. Yes. But we don't. So why are we taking on their habits? You know, but like I said, that's just two topics I wanted to talk about. You know, it's an open topic. Anybody can hit the link. If I triggered you with the dog lover or cat lover, you know, I meant to. You know, like I said, these hangings. Another one, I ain't sure. Like I said, I think it was South Carolina. You know, it's open topic, man. I got a couple hours. I ain't doing nothing. Links in the chat. Shout out my nigga Hurricane Kane. They called me crazy, man.
They call me Crazy Bud, I don't give a fuck. I'ma pull up on your ass and light your ass up. All the motherfucking laws, they gon' need back up. I'm a revolutionary, so I gotta act up. Yup, they call me Crazy Bud, I don't give a fuck. I'ma pull up on your ass and light your ass up. Call the motherfucking laws, they gon' need back up. I'm a revolutionary, so I gotta act up. Another day, another message, I do it cause I gotta formulate these niggas, these stories, then I'm honest, gotta look and get determined. Baby, these all bomber, drinking no some vodka, saying those are dying. I be eradicating bodies, I be replicating souls. I'm the walking time bomb, can't wait to explode. Every time I unfold, there's no turning back. Got a bunch of magic tricks, pulling guns out the hat, and the baseball bat while I'm wearing all black. Got a RPG that'll blow you off the map. Then I'm going non-stop, creeping like black out. Custom made car bomb that will make your head pop. Like they screaming headshot, leave a bunch of dead cops. Decapitate the fan, put it in the bread box. Y'all niggas better run when y'all see that red dot. Knock your brains out your head, we can see your damn thoughts. They call me Crazy Bud, I don't give a fuck. I'ma pull up on your ass and light your ass up.
And light that ass up.
Laws, they gon' need back up. I'm a revolutionary, so I gotta act up. Yup, they call me Crazy Bud, I don't give a fuck. I'ma pull up on your ass and light your ass up. Call the motherfucking laws, they gon' need back up. I'm a revolutionary, so I gotta act up. Another day, another dollar, man, I gotta make a move. Walking up in the building, gotta clear the damn room. Sweep that bitch like a broom, then I gotta go soon. Call up my baby girls, tell like I'll be home soon. Then I gotta call the goons, hackers and some killers. About to go against the government and murder all them niggas. Gotta pull a bunch of triggers, can you see the tripping numbers? Nuclear determined, blowing up the motherfuckers. Figure to the sky, we gotta throw them high. I'm a motherfucking G to the day that I die. Let's get a curse word.
Put it in the air, man.
I'ma say
you gotta put it in the air, man. We're gonna smoke and talk our shit.
We gotta rise up, put the government to sleep, put them 6 feet deep for eternity. Not a whole damn land can finally have peace. They call me Crazy Bud, I don't give a fuck. I'ma pull up on your ass and light your ass up. All the motherfucking laws, they gon' need back up. I'm a revolutionary. revolutionary, so I gotta act up. Yup, they call me crazy bud, I don't give a fuck. I'ma pull up on your ass and light your ass up. Call the motherfucking alarms, they gon' need back up. I'm a revolutionary, so I gotta act up.
Hey, shout out my brother Hurricane, man. Let's go to one of my favorites, man. We're always on some other shit over here, man. We're always on some other shit. Then we gonna start the show up, man.
That shit was really wrong, G. Man, fuck you, nigga. It was your shit to give all me little joke.
Hopefully everybody good on this Tuesday. Any
This
topic,
for
man.
them niggas in the bleachers looking down on us as reality would have it. You could see that they beneath us. They calling us the cleaners, cause any dirt between us have me show up at your crib with some bags and the sweepers. Heard that bullshit you was rapping. Let me tell you how it happened. I played it for my niggas and them niggas started laughing. I was trying to defend you. Son, I'm being honest, but them niggas is convincing. Son, that shit was straight garbage. I'm fire all over the earth. Go ahead and tell a friend. You watered down niggas should really stay in your element. They used to be ahead of me. Now I'm in the lane they can never be. Really on the level they could never reach. I be flipping on some other shit. And right now, I'm really on some other shit. My nigga, put that on my mother shit. This still hot when it fire. Gotta grip it with oven mitts. That dirty bird is a slutty bitch. I'm not selling any jokes, homie. Who you acting funny with? A comic book is in this 100 clip. Cause niggas walk around acting like we came across some money. Nigga, this AK. I brought the humble you boys. Like kids showing they gifts, niggas up in they toys. I'm from a place where people make, suffer, and joy. This hell really exists, niggas stuck in the void. All of this hate, nigga, I don't know where to start. But jealousy is the reason niggas falling apart. You want beef, let's have a cookout. My bail getting took out. Misery's a house that you niggas getting put out. Think you bulletproof, let's see if playing tough really works. Bullets get riddled in you, nigga. Tell me, do they hurt? Say the word, and this shit'll get done with a smirk. Ain't no second thought. I don't give a fuck in the first.
You won't get another chance.
Shout out to APTV 13 Keys. Shout out to you, brother. Much love and respect to you and the family, brother.
I be flipping on some other shit.
Link to the chat.
Right
Anybody
now,
can come up, man.
I'm really on some other shit. My nigga, put that on my mother shit. This still hot when it fire. Gotta grip it with oven mitts. That dirty bird is a slutty bitch. I'm not selling any jokes, homie. Who you acting funny with? A comic book is in this 100 clip. Cause niggas walk around acting like we came across a money glitch.
Hey, shout out all the sponsors. My nigga Dangerous, Dre Cobb, Greedy, Brother Nasir, Brother Sanchez, all the network. Y'all know who the network is, man. You know, like I said, peace to everybody. You know, I brought up a couple topics, these hangings. You know what I mean? You know, it seems like one happening every month now. You know, and it's been a minute. And like I said, we're used to struggling. So unaliving ourselves isn't the answer. It's how to survive. If you ask me, you know, flag on a plate, black people, niggas, aboriginals, we're used to struggling. We're trying to find a reason to survive, not unalive ourselves. Shit ain't that depressing. We're used to it. Shout out my brother Hurricane, man. And I know y'all can relate. I know y'all can relate to what I'm saying. We're used to the struggle. It's not that depressing where we want to unalive ourselves. By hanging, like I said, it's a million ways to unalive yourself. A nigga gonna choose hanging himself. Monique Hill, much love and respect. In this corrupt ass system, corrupt ass police, corrupt ass judges. We see the Nolan Wells case, how they're covering up everything. Little bits is coming out and pieces coming out every day. But they're doing a hell of a job of covering it up and protecting their youth or their kids. Y'all see how these white people, pink people, be protecting their kids? We should be doing the same fucking thing. They kids unalive somebody, do a crime. They try to figure a way out, so you don't have to do no time. Even cover up the crime. Even cover up the crime for them, even if it's unaliving somebody. And like I said, I think I got one video, recent one I put in my watch later. Black father found hanging. It was North Carolina. Then the other topic is that power outage in Indiana, Gary, Indiana. So-called black people been without power for 3 weeks now. 3 weeks, no power. The rest of the communities got power. To my other question or topic, is there any power in being black? Does the misnomer black give black people any power? My answer is no. That's why they're hanging us and getting away with us. That's why they're giving us maximum penalties in the judicial system. Because you're black. Is it any power in blackness? In being black? Are you black? I'm not black. I've been described as black. And I'm going to say this. White people ain't white. They're pink or reddish. But they're not white. So let's do this. I really didn't have no topic. What I wanted to talk about was, these hangings, these dog shelters where there should be a human shelter. There's a veterinarian or a dog shelter. With the homeless problem that America has, they're helping the dog and not the taxpayer. The dog get more tax credits than the taxpayer. The dog is getting more privilege than the taxpayers. You know, then there was this other video that I seen. Shout out to my brother Copper Draco. Another video that I seen. Pink person, white person, spitting in people's food all around America. That's some nasty shit. That's some hate. That's some hateful shit. It's like they want us to believe that these white people ain't racist, but they doing racist shit. Oh man. These niggas want to say it ain't about racism. Then why that bitch spitting in people's food? Why that punk ass motherfucker spitting in people's food? Hate. Why they telling you to go back to Africa? Why they telling you a nigger? I mean, day after day, story after story. I don't even be wanting to cover half the shit that these pink white people doing out this motherfucker. But let's get back to the story, man. Like I said, we're used to struggling. America systematically made black people struggle, Aboriginal people struggle, Negroes struggle, colored struggle, African American struggle. They purposely did that shit. So we're used to it. We ain't gonna hang ourselves. We might drink ourselves to death or pop some pills, smoke a pound of marijuana, and some people may do cocaine. I choose not to. But it's so many ways to unalive yourself other than hanging. So let's bring this story up, man. Then we're going to go on to the next one. Hopefully everybody good, man. Power to the motherfucking people. My bad, y'all.
Despite any,
I looked at part of it.
Here we are
I
again.
didn't look at the whole video.
2026. North Carolina. What the trees have seen there. Year-old Demetrius Fleming found hanging from a ligature in a residential area in Roanoke. The last hanging we reported took place just last week in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Like I said, I
What's with all
said
the
monthly,
hangings?
but now it seems like they're weekly happening.
Give you the details on this one. They're limited, but here's what we do have. Police Chief Lawrence Wiggins said Demetrius Fleming was already dead when emergency crews arrived on scene. Quote, "We're treating this as an open, equivocal death investigation. The Roanoke Rapids Police Department is committed," it says, "to finding the facts and reporting them," Wiggins said. This investigation is in its infancy.
Much love and respect to you in
It is
advance.
important to neither make nor
June Bug, much
perpetuate
love and respect.
assumptions as facts. Evidence will provide the conclusion. Anything else will create more confusion. An autopsy will be conducted. There's more on this one. We are not working from any strict assumption, Wiggins said. Everything is on the table. Wiggins extended his condolences to Fleming's family. The chief said the 911 call, which reported an attempted suicide, came from someone who was not at the scene but was close to Fleming.
Attempted suicide.
Perhaps that's a clue. There are details that at this point we're not going to share about his personal life, Wiggins said. I think it's important for us to get as much.
Like I said, before a motherfucker hang themselves, they'll drink themselves to death. They'll die of cirrhosis of the liver. We're used to struggling, black people. Shout out my sister, Just Jazzy. Much love and respect, right? To you, sister. Thank you for tapping it. Like I said, I'm going by life experience. You know, we'll drink ourselves to death. will crash out over a woman, will crash out over a family member. We'll let the cops kill us. But a nigga ain't hanging themselves. They're not. They have overdosed with pills before they hang themselves. Like I said, they'll slit their wrists. Niggas is not committing suicide by hanging. Why would I do that when I got a big ass car I could drive into a wall or drive off a bridge, or I can, you know what I mean? If I'm gonna commit suicide. Like I said, man, you know, and they always seem to come back. The person was depressed. The person was going through things. Like I said, that's every day in America for a nigga. That's every day in America. As far as you go back in America, 1800s, 1900s, 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, 2000s, 2026. We're still struggling. So for us to want to commit suicide, not likely. We're used to the struggle. My people, if you have struggled in your lifetime, put a 1 in the chat. If you're used to struggling sometimes in life, put a 1 in the chat, because I know I'm used to it. If you're black and used to struggling at some point in life, I'm not saying your whole life was a struggle, but at some point in your life, there was a struggle. Thank you. You know, thank you, because I just want to, make, no, I'm not tripping. I'm not saying all our life was a struggle. Maybe from 18 to 21 was a struggle. Maybe 27 to 30, you might have had some struggling times. Maybe 40 to 45, you might have went through some struggling times. May have lost a job, knew you was going to find another job. You see what I'm saying? Not that the whole life was a struggle. But like I said, thank y'all for y'all ones, man. I'm going to make sure it wasn't just me. You know what I mean? Because I have had my struggle moments several times in my life, but it wasn't worth me to commit suicide. Especially, like I said, I done thought about crashing out, shooting everybody up. I never thought about hanging myself, man. Never. It just ain't in the nigga's DNA to want to hang himself. Yeah, I said it. It just isn't in the nigga DNA to hang themselves. We'll smoke, drink, drug, but not unalive ourselves or hang ourselves. But let's get back to the story. I just wanted to make sure y'all was with me. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate it, all of y'all. We on the same page, man. We
Well,
all have
Mr.
struggled
Fleming,
at some point
in
life.
light of the evidence we have, rather than sit here and say things that may or may not sway people's perception of what occurred. WRAL, the local affiliate with the details. The nature of the death has drawn significant attention in the community. Speculation spread about what happened on social media. In downtown Raleigh last week, another man was found hanging from a tree. That man also died, and investigators ruled his death a suicide. We had the obituary. Demetrius was the proud and loving
Like I
father of
said,
9.
every hanging that happened is attempted suicide. A suicide. And like I said, every hanging is attempted suicide, man. I mean, they're doing it as suicide. It's like I've been stating all through this stream. We're used to struggling. We ain't hanging ourselves, man. They're covering it up for these white supremacist groups or white hate groups. They're doing that to our people. And they saying, y'all niggas so depressed, y'all just want to hang yourselves. Like I said, a nigga will crash out and unload a clip. That's crashing out. I just see corruption all through it, man. And I know y'all do too. These cops ain't investigating shit.
Children.
Because they're doing.
He often spoke with immense pride and joy about his children, and his eyes would light up at the mention of their accomplishments. To them, he was not just a father, but a hero.
That don't
a constant
sound like
source of strength,
someone that
an inspiration.
That don't sound like someone that's depressed. He's proud of his 9 children and proud of what they have accomplished in life. That seems like a happy father.
Always wore a smile despite any hardships he faced. Authorities will look further about what potential hardships he was facing, if any.
That we go through.
There's a GoFundMe. You see the QR code. An organizer from Jacksonville created a dynamic map that tracks the hanging deaths of Black people since 2018. They go by @BlackBeltBabe or the People's Reporter on X. They wrote that of all the ones I've tracked so far, vast majority of the circumstances of the hangings are disputed by family. Yep. You see it as devastating, but a necessary resource. It could very well be that Demetrius, a father of 9, who talked about and was, by all accounts, loving of his children, lit up, lived for, perhaps, I think it's an appropriate inference, for his children. People can still be sad.
That's a real brother.
People can
That's a real nigga.
Commit the ultimate
That's a real
act.
Indian right there.
Unalive
that brother was.
Themselves.
He loved his children.
But that's on the table, but that's not conclusive yet. I don't know, and I don't understand, nor should I or any of us be expected to understand, if you're not going through something difficult, why anyone would choose to die by hanging,
And that's the point.
If in fact that's what he did,
I've been
but that's
all this goddamn stream. There's a million other ways to unalive yourself. All these brothers is attempting, and young kids that don't even know about goddamn our past. It was a 16-year-old girl. She don't know nothing about our past. But yet she was so, emotional and so depressed. She wanted to hang herself. Come on, man. Like I said, they showed the tracking of all the hangings since, what they say, 1980, something like that. And it seemed like it was a lot of them, man. And I'm just bringing awareness to my people. Be aware of your surroundings at all times, man. I am at all times. I go walk around my house just to take a walk. Where I'm at, wherever I'm at, I'm watching entrance, back door, who around me, how they acting. But yeah, let's get back.
Question in my mind, particularly knowing what we know as people of color and those who are allies, about what hangings of Black people in America signify. We all know, particularly in a state like North Carolina, what the trees have seen there. I often look up at trees, old trees, and I wonder, what has this tree seen? And you know what I mean. As I look at this map of hangings put together out of necessity, who wakes up one day and says, you know what? I think it would be fun to put together a map of hangings. No one. It's here because it's necessary. And the circumstances, as the person who put this together out of necessity noted, not everybody agrees with what the authorities say happened. So the families stay on it and the map gets updated. We'll continue to follow the story out of North Carolina. Everything's on the table there. We'll see.
And shout out to Undisputed, man. Now, I want to go here, man. I want to go here.
Obviously racist.
Apologize for the commercial, y'all. Let me get the video I want to watch, man.
To the front. I need also about Carmelo Anthony that they have started spitting in our food. Someone sent me this
next story, right? Y'all heard part of it. You know, and I mentioned it earlier. Waitress, white server spitting in black people food over all across the nation. And I guess it's because of the Nolan Wells. They said something about it. But yeah, I want y'all to see this story, man. This shit. You have to be an evil and nasty motherfucker to spit in somebody's food, man. Let's go, man. But it's not people that hate us out here.
I need Texas Roadhouse and Logan's to the front. I need all servers to the front. You see, because apparently they are so mad about Carmelo Anthony that they have started spitting in our food. Someone sent me this video today.
Can y'all tell me why there's 400,000 people in a group, a racist group, that is going around, and when black families or black people come into their restaurants and they're the servers and they're the white servers, they're all working together and going to the back and bringing your food out, but it's not coming out regular. They're putting their saliva in your food, y'all. They are putting their saliva and whatever else.
Y'all hear this shit, man? Miss D, much love and respect, Miss D. Welcome. Y'all hear this shit, man? Yeah, that's some nasty work, Miss D. Welcome to the platform. And like I said, we're about networking over here. I'm just bringing some information to my people, man. A group of white, pink people is mad. They and going around and spitting all around. Wow. That's why I don't fuck with fast food, man. That's why I do not mess with fast food, man. Seen it yesterday. Let's get back to the video. Talk about the links in the chat, man. Anybody can join, man. Like I said, I'm just bringing awareness to my people. I am one that I know racism exists. I know there's some people out here that hate flag on the plate, black people or niggas. African American, I don't like that word. It's offensive to me. But yeah, there's some people out here that hate black people, hate Aboriginal people, spitting all across the land and people food. Let's go, man.
want to put in y'all's food.
But sad part about it is some of us want to be around them. It's sad, man. Like I said, I don't hate white people. I don't hate no other nationality of people. I just love my people. I ain't afraid of so-called black people. They don't scare me. And neither do the other foreigners or migrants and immigrants or white people. They don't scare me. I try to stay around my people as much as possible. All my friends are black. People I grew up with, childhood friends, they all black. I'm not one of them. I grew up in a mixed neighborhood, a white neighborhood. No, I grew up with all niggas. All my childhood friends are black people. But let's get back to the story, man. Shit pissing me off.
Because you're dark skinned.
Now, that video was sent to me from Facebook. And so today is Saturday, August the 22nd. And this has been going on for almost a week now, all throughout Facebook, hundreds of posts. You guys remember back in Juneteenth, when we actually infiltrated this group, I Love Being White. They made another one. We infiltrated that one. And it's so many of those groups now. Going down rabbit hole, a post was made from one of the I Love Being White participants. To all you blacks in here, keep this in mind. Hope you enjoy your meal next time you eat out. There is a Facebook group that I am part of, and it is for white servers. We have come up with a plan. When a table of black diners comes in and places their order, we walk back to the kitchen to get your food.
Peace to my brother, General Nasir. Much love and respect, brother General Nasir.
In the kitchen, and we are licking our fingers and touching your food. If it happens to be a Texas Roadhouse or Logan's, those rolls are full of our white saliva. Some of the cooks are in on it too. Think they are playing? They aren't. Believe me. This has been going on since y'all started this nonsense with Carmelo, the candy bar, Anthony crap. By the way, the group has over 400,000 members. Enjoy y'all's food. I'm pretty sure someone's going to come out and let us know that they're doing it, but let us know if you're not. I'm not surprised, but I still haven't recovered from finding out recently that firefighters left black people to burn in buildings due to their racism, and I just have not had the heart or the stomach to bring you that story yet. Texas Roadhouse and Logan's, you need to do a check. Let us know what's up. I need Texas.
In Psalms, it says, though they plan evil against you, though they divide. Most High, and this is something that I have been seeing for a couple of days, so I wanted to bring it to the public's attention. Everybody is taking this serious, so I wanted to let the people know that there is a accusation that when you are going to certain restaurants, and I'm pretty sure if it is taking place, it's just not those restaurants. But they did mention Texas Roadhouse and Logan specifically by name, where white servers have conspired together, have acted confederate to taint black people's food by spitting on it, placing saliva on their fingers, rubbing it. And so this is another thing that we have to worry about. Now, once again, don't think that just because this group started, if it alleged started, that it has not been happening. You know, we've seen vile racists just do terrible things out in public to people. So it is not far-fetched to think that they would do these things in secret. Now, the alleged post came from the group.
And that should be a crime.
A lot of
that should
people
be a
have been
crime.
sharing their posts, and they have posted in that group, and black and white people are going back and forth about, you know, difference of opinion. But this is what Texas Roadhouse had to say in response to those allegations. So here's a Facebook post dealing with their response. Texas Roadhouse responded to a viral accusation post that white servers are deliberately contaminating food ordered by black customers. And this is apparently what they said in their post. We are aware of the video that is being shared with an accusation that has been made toward our restaurants. We believe it to be completely unfounded, and we take every accusation toward our brand seriously. We are investigating this alleged apparent behavior and remain committed to treating every guest with respect, dignity, and the legendary service they deserve. And here is another, I guess, part of that post. Due to our verification, our comments are not being seen. At Texas Roadhouse, we are committed to creating an environment where every guest is treated with respect and unreasonable hospitality. We do not tolerate discrimination, harassment, or mistreatment of any kind, and we expect our roadies to treat every guest with dignity and care. Our commitment to the communities in which we serve remains unchanged. Provide legendary food, legendary service to every guest who walks through the door. And lastly, this is the alleged post from the person in the White and Proud group. And so with these allegations, once again, Texas Roadhouse and any other restaurant owner can make any statement that they feel deemed necessary to ensure that they won't lose business. But just because you don't think they're doing it, you can't legislate.
Hey, shout out my brother Charles Johnson. Much love and respect, my brother Charles Johnson. Yeah, OSHA, shut it down. I agree.
Or regulate a individual's person's behavior. And so once again, that's one thing that we have to understand as well while patronizing these establishments. A lot of people feel that integration was a great disservice to the Black community, Black business, Black economics, because it is then that we stop shopping within ourselves, within our communities, where we receive the love, care, dignity, and respect. And then we went to these other organizations who didn't even want us in their building, but yet we're giving them our money. It doesn't make sense to me. If you don't like me, there's no reason I would go spend my money with you. And yet we see it throughout the Black community. There's a lot of, I always wonder why, the Asian stores, the Middle Eastern stores, the nail techs, the Chinese food stores, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like we break our necks to give our hard-earned money to people who throughout history have seen or have shown themselves not to care about us. We buy Birkin bags, and Coach, and Michael Kors, and Nike. The list goes on and on, but we don't understand, as the scripture says, where your treasure is, there where your heart be also. So we putting our heart into these things.
Like I said, I like this brother content,
just have
the religious
this, we will be accepted. Or
it's hard
if
to bear, man.
This, people see me walking with this $5,000 bag, they'll know I'm accepted. That could be further from the truth. But if this is true, once again, I hope it's a wake-up call, to us once again to go back to coming out from among them, as the scripture says. And so shout out to the brother who said,
that's why
people who sent me this. Brother called me yesterday. He was adamant about, me putting this out there. So once again, if it's unfounded or not, if there is 400,000 servers, which it possibly could be, but it's also, maybe one server in the backwoods of Conway, South Carolina, doing it as well, in Albert's mom and pop shop. You know what I mean? So this is another thing that we have to be careful of, because once again, as the scripture says, they have hated us without cause. They're trying to blame it on the Carmelo Anthony trial and all of those things, which is a very polarizing situation as well. And it brings out racial tension. And a lot of times when that racial tension is emerged,
America
the
was
racist
built
ideology and behaviors come out. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel.
Shout out Telehouse Publishing, man. This one. Shout out my brother Information Man. Like I said, Gary, Indiana, town still without power.
What's up? I want to talk about the Gary,
Shout out my
Indiana
brother,
situation with black folks being left down there for debt. Power's not on. These people have been without power for weeks now. And the reality is that none of us should be surprised by what's happening to them. Let's remember what happened during Katrina in 2005, where black people got left on roofs, water flooding out the whole city. And the president at that time was George Bush Jr. And remember, Kanye West said that the president doesn't like black people. Of course, Kanye West has
damage to the survivors' will to rebuild and remain in the area. The destruction of the spirit of the people of southern Louisiana and Mississippi may end up being the most tragic loss of all.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Gone mad in his mind. But the reality is that this has happened before. We've seen this story before. This is nothing new.
New Orleans is forever changed, principally because its population is forever changed. A slow, poorly executed response made worse by racially charged rumors of violence and more acutely felt by the city's poor and blacker populations pushed many of these very people out. Whether it was the trauma associated with sheltering in a dangerous, disgusting, and dimly lit Superdome, or the PTSD stemming from close calls as the water poured in, or the prolonged suffering while waiting for rescue, Katrina and its response sent tens of thousands to spread across the American South and never come back. On account of failed logistics mixing with local, long-standing social issues, what began as a large national disaster became a century-defining human disaster that
people are living in cities that are predominantly black, when black people live in communities that they dominate in terms of population. And then when something happens, this thing is done purposefully, black people are left behind by the government. Nobody
cannot believe no.
The Weather Service informed us that Gary faced the strongest winds, which reached 99 miles per hour, equivalent to a Category 2 hurricane.
All the power is out, as far as I know, all across Gary, Indiana.
They're losing food. Homes are getting warmer.
They do not have money, and some of the cards aren't even working.
Administration, just like in the Bush administration, have done anything to help these people. No FEMA, no nothing. They've been left there for weeks without power. Now, to their credit, this is how black people are. To the credit, black people in this community are coming together to help each other. They're cooking food. They're pulling together whatever resources that they have.
Hey, shout out my brother T Cortez, man. And shout out all the people in Gary, Indiana that's coming, man. But that's the same thing I've been saying for years, man. I've been saying this same shit, information saying for years. But we pay the most taxes. They need our vote, right? You know, we vote for these people, man. That's the crazy thing about it. They vote for these people because I'm non-participation, like I was saying. But yeah, I wanted to bring this story right here. Let's go, man.
But the fact,
shout out to people that's getting together.
Gary, Indiana, the governor, the mayor and to the governor,
much love and respect.
Didn't call this a natural disaster to get the funds necessary from the federal government. Same thing happened in Katrina when Bush Jr. sat up there and they let those people wait a whole week when they were in water. People were dying. Black folks were pushed into the Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Dying. Help over here. We ain't seen no city officials out here. You know, we need more than just people out here shaking hands and cutting out. There's people in the house, stuck in the house that haven't eaten for days. This side gets resources when it comes to property, when everybody wants the property over here. But when it comes to help, we don't get any help over here. I don't see any government resources being spent in our neighborhood. We got a lot of elderly out here. We're able to fully function, but we got jobs.
They sent physically $billions, billions a year to Israel.
We need
but they ain't even helping the people that's paying the tax.
They can't get out. They're sitting in the hot air every day.
Horrible situation. This is the question that I want to ask about this situation. Let me ask these very key questions because these are things that let you know that we as Black Americans, we're in this country, but this country doesn't give a damn about us.
Thank you, information man.
And we
I've
have
been
to
saying that
keep
for
this
years.
in mind, because this situation
I've
in
been saying
Gary,
that
Indiana
shit for
is just
years.
another reminder.
So it's music to my ears when someone else say it. Unfortunately, it's a harsh reality. Black people love America, love this government, but this government don't love us. And we still got our people that say, you gotta vote these people in, you gotta vote the right man. Take that 1970. We gotta pray and vote for these people back. They don't give a fuck about us. Gotta care about yourself. That's what really got me, when these people trying to push up like being an American citizen is something to be proud of. Fuck no, I ain't proud to be an American citizen. Hell no. That's that Stockholm syndrome. I ain't even gonna say no names. They was going at me and Smoke because me and Smoke ain't, we bucking against the system. Well, you got a driver's license, so that makes you a citizen. You doing this? No, that makes you a citizen. But don't want to look at all the shit they doing to us. Like I said, black people love this country, but this country don't love you back with your retarded, slow ass. And I ain't talking about nobody in the chat. They know who I'm talking about. These motherfuckers who still talking about participating, voting, going to church, school system, all the above, man. Who still believing in these bones, these university smart niggas, these niggas that got these degrees, they smarter than the average person. They spitting in your food too, nigga. That's the mind-blowing part about this shit, man. That's them Sister Betties, them Supermans, them Namis, willing to call you out, but ain't willing to call a corporation out. Like he just said, black people love this government, but this government don't love them at all. They don't love them at all. Shit is wild, man. And when I say non-participation, don't participate. It's like it goes in one ear and goes out the other. It does not get processed by their brain that that's a solution. Yeah. Begging to get them degrees and still sounding stupid. Thank you, Hurricane Facts, man. And get mad at me because I don't agree with it. Get mad at me because I call the shit out. Get mad at me when I say we need to start our own corporation. Black people, niggas in America. You can't do that. They're not going to allow you. Scared ass, law-abiding bitches. That's what I call them. Scared ass, law-abiding bitches.
Reminder of the BS that continues to happen when it comes to black life. If this was a white community, they would have gotten all the help as necessary. The power.
I got to run that back, y'all. I got to go back about 30 seconds. Come on, let's go. Let them hear it say it one more time.
They would have gotten all the help as necessary. The power.
Let's go back. Here we go.
Sources when it comes to property, when everybody wants the property over here. But when it comes to help, we don't get any help over here. I don't see any government resources being spent in our neighborhood. We got a lot of elderly out here. We're able to fully function, but we got jobs. We can't physically continue this for the next month or so, or however long the lights are off. We need people physically checking on these elderly people that are in their homes, that can't get out, they're sitting in the hot air every day.
A horrible situation. This is the question that I want to ask about this situation. Let me ask these very key questions, because these are things that lets you know that we as Black Americans, we're in this country, but this country doesn't give a damn about us.
Bam, right there. Right there. Thank you, information, man. We're in this country, but this country don't give a damn about us. Facts. I've been saying it for years. Years. But it's these nigga peons, you know, that they treat you equal. They do this to everybody and say shit like that. Or they'll say, it ain't about your color. Oh, we know it's about how much money you got. It's classism. It ain't racism. I say it's both. But let's continue, man. And shout out my nigga Information, man, for keeping it real, man. Like Doc Rivers said, Black people love America, but America don't love Black people. And I've been saying that shit well before Doc Rivers.
And we have to keep this in mind, because this situation in Gary, Indiana is just another reminder of the BS that continues to happen when it comes to Black life. If this was a white community, they would have gotten all the help as necessary. The power, they are doing a delay in power for these folks. But these are the key questions right here. Why did it take so long for the rest of the country to start talking about what happened in Gary, Indiana? A massive storm hit northwestern Indiana on August 11th with wind near 100 miles an hour that knocked out power to hundreds and thousands of people, Black people. Most got it back, but in Gary, now this gets back to this right here. Let me just say this. Most of the people who were hit by this situation in Gary, Indiana, got their power back, but that was those who live in the white communities. It was the Black communities that were left behind, neglected. This is the key here, everybody, that we must keep in mind. It was the Black community, as of right now, still without power and being promised power. Now, they were told that maybe on Tuesday, the 25th or whatever day that falls on of this month, that maybe, just maybe they'll have power, but that maybe, we don't know. Let me get
power since Tuesday of last week, and I'm still sitting in the dark. I got my grandmother with me, so we have to go out, get our phone charged, get food. We have to throw away the food, trees in the lawn.
Communities of color are left behind and always feel like they're the last to get turned on or the last to get rescued in these situations.
It's not okay for us to continually be in survival mode. We need to have a light at the end of the tunnel.
It's been pretty rough.
Well, more than a week and a half after devastating storms swept through Indiana, killing at least 7 people, thousands.
Like I said, I talked about this early in the spring when I got y'all to put the ones in the chat. Was we used to struggling? You know, we're used to this. This isn't nothing new. Us having to struggle with, life and these catastrophes. But yeah, let's get back to the video, man. The link's in the chat if anybody want to talk about it.
Are still without power. Utility crews working around the clock, but the thousands of lingering outages remain concentrated in the northwestern part of the state. And ground zero of the outages is centered in Michael Jackson. In the region could remain in the dark until sometime next week.
Here, because this is very important. Once again, most got their power back. But
facts, the Allen. Sounds like we do not need the government since they're not doing anything for us. Facts. Yes, sir. We can govern our own self.
But in Gary, predominantly a Black city.
Because if you definitely don't want their health care, Because if you take their health care, they're going to want you to get jabbed up. So you definitely don't want the health care. So, like I said, if they ain't giving away money, it ain't nothing they can do. If they ain't helping us with, monetarily, it ain't nothing else they can do for us. But some of us don't want their money. I'm going to take their money. And I'm going to make that shit work for me and use it as a resource to get more resources. But yeah, what's good, Maybach? How you doing, brother?
Grand Rising, good
Grand
afternoon to
Rising,
you.
brother.
Peace and salute to you and your family. Salute to the
Peace,
chat.
salute, brother.
The crazy thing is, if people still want to believe in Mother Nature, then that's on them. Because if you look up Rockefeller 100 resilient cities, you'll see your city or your state, I should say, is in it, right? Boston, New York. And if you look up if you research their agenda is to cause a flooding, hurricane, tornado, whatever, right? They will use that to wipe out a neighborhood or whatever and turn it into a 15-minute smart city. You know what I'm saying? Um, when I got hip to this like around 2008, 10. This lady was not promoting it, but exposing it. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. Being skeptic, questioning, like, yo, what is this lady talking about? And her video is starting to resurface again. You know what I'm saying? And when the guy said, why did it take so long? The news is putting out fake news. The news, when I saw the news, it was basically saying they got their power back. But I knew that was a lie because of content creators. This is why it took so long. We're in a stage, like, you're a journalist, whether you want to believe that or claim that, OG, you're a journalist, right? I'm a journalist. Smoke signal, uh, 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 greedy, anyone, enemies public, all of us that do content, we're kind of like journalists. Yeah, we know we didn't go to school to be certified officially, but we are a journalist. We can spread the news faster than the news reporters now. So that's what took it a little bit of traction. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the Nolan Wells. Why did Benjamin Crump or it got the light shined on it? Is because of content creators talking about it. So we're in that new era now where we don't gotta wait for the news, And it's funny because Enemies Public, brother Nasir had a conversation with me about a month and a half ago, and he was talking about something like that. You know what I mean? Like, we could be news reporters, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that to report things in our cities, in our neighborhoods, what's happening in our states, and all of this other stuff. So, I would say that's what took it a little bit of time. And I still don't think that it took that long for it to catch steam. You know what I'm saying? For people in California to know about it, people down south to know about it, us over here on the East Coast to know about it. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So, but yeah, listen, man, this is why when I do my lives, I try to make sure I say it, spread the message, or be informative by telling people when y'all go to the grocery stores or any store, if you have the extra money, buy the extra water. Buy, make sure you have flashlights, you know what I'm saying, with brand new batteries, or buy some type of generator, you know what I'm saying, because shit's about to hit the fan. I mean, it's slowly but surely been hitting the fan few years, so I'm not shocked with what's going on. I've been saying this on your platform for I don't know how long now. We went 72 hours with no power in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? 72 3 full days, no power, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? But again, like I said, my neighborhood, we all know each other. So we always assets to one another. Unfortunately, a lot of people, they're not living in that type of environment to where they can turn to their neighbor and say, hey man, I got this food going bad. You got a grill? You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So, but God bless them, man, out there in Gary. I know I've seen some videos where people are going around, helping certain people, but it shouldn't be the people to do that. It should be the government. And I don't know if you remember a few years ago when Biden was the president. Remember there was a hurricane or a tornado that happened in the state, and Kamala Harris was talking and was saying, we don't have no money. And then to turn around within the same week to give people who lost their homes, I think it was what, $200 or $500 only for them to survive off of. But these people lost their homes, lost this, lost money. You know what I'm saying? Sentimental things to them, and you only give them $600. It's crazy, man. But at that time, you know what they was doing with the real money? Sending it to Ukraine to fight Russia. You know, Tupac. There's an infamous video. Tupac's talking about that. They got money for war, but they don't have money to feed the poor. Make that make sense.
Yeah, because I brought up, they got money to build animal hospitals and animal shelters, but no money to feed the homeless people. And now they're making it a crime to be homeless.
Correct. They are. But again, I learned this early on. A government that doesn't look out for its people is the enemy. And like you said, it's sad, but it's reality. A lot of our people are so zombied out by the injections, the juice, the the wolf who comes as a sheep, that they're telling you, oh, we got to have conversations. How much conversations are we going to have? We've been having conversations. Oh, we got to protest. How much protest we been doing? You know what I'm saying? That's why I say what I say. And some people, they know what I stand on. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, being indigenous, being this, being FBA, that shit don't matter when shit hits the fan. You know what I'm saying? Because the foreigner that you probably dislike or you hate is going to be the one to probably turn around and help you. That's why I don't shit on nobody, especially when somebody's down. I don't kick nobody when they down. Because that could easily be me at the snap of a finger. You know what I'm saying? I know what it's like. When you said struggle earlier, brother, man, I know what that's like. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us can contest to being, struggling. Whether not
Yes, sir.
having no heat, have to wrap yourself up and, bundle up with a bunch of clothes and hoodies and you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Eating dry bread, not even able to put nothing on it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a struggle story for the most part. So we all can contest to that. So you're right about that.
Yes, sir. I was letting you get everything out, brother. Trying not to cut you off.
No,
But
no, you
yeah,
good.
definitely agree. Like I said, it's like uh, these not nobody on the panel in the chat, man. I'm talking about these people that still trying to get us to participate in a system that don't give a fuck about us. That's mind blowing to me.
No, I know. See, again, you don't have what's understood, right? Doesn't never needs to be explained. Just like what I said earlier, I'm not taking no personal shots at nobody. You know what I'm saying? Because me, if I got something to say, I'm gonna say it to the person. That's not on no tough guy shit. That's just being, authentic. You have an issue with someone, you have a conversation with them. I'm just saying, all of that shit ain't gonna matter when shit hits the fan. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
Yes,
saying
sir.
to not know who you are, where your family tree comes from. I'm not saying that's not important at all. I'm just saying when shit hits the fan, like we don't have a power. Let's just say they knock out our grid for the whole United States. Is that going to matter? You know what I mean? Because everybody's gonna be without power. Everybody's gonna be with, you know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I no disagreement. Like I said, mainly the one that I'm talking about, I really don't talk about them with the delineation. Is the ones that's talking bad about us, not the ones that's trying to help us. The
Correct.
ones that talking negative about us.
Yeah.
Those are the ones we're getting away from.
Correct.
If you're positive, yeah, you can be around. You know what I mean? It's the ones that's basically, disrespecting us.
Because let's be honest, right? OG, I got a question. When you go outside your house, not saying that you a man who walks around in fear, you're scared, but when you go outside your home, who is more likely to do harm to you?
Nobody. I don't worry about white people, pink people. I definitely ain't scared of my own people because that's who I'm around most of the time. I'm around the younger generation. They
No, that's
got
why I said
respect.
you're not scared. You're not
Yeah,
scared. I'm not saying you're walking
that
around scared, but I'm just saying.
I'm not one of them ones that they're gonna. I'm not. I don't look like a victim. I look like an insane person. So they ain't
Yeah,
gonna fuck with me.
you stand on
Oh,
business.
yes, sir.
Salute, OG.
Salute. Got my brother Chief Eagle Eye and my brother Nasir.
Salute to the
Salute.
brothers, man.
Go ahead,
Peace,
y'all got it. Y'all
brothers.
can tap in.
Salute, comrades.
I just want
Salute,
to.
salute.
I just was gonna tap in real quick, man. I hear what you're saying, brother. You don't want to, call nobody out and all that, man. But I'm tell you, man, we've been in this situation for too long to not call nobody out. So I'm gonna tell you this all the.
Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
Yeah, he went out. He
Oh,
might have
okay.
got a phone call.
His
Shout out
audio.
my nigga Keno. Much love and respect. Flat motherfucking power. Brother Nasir, you want to tap in? I guess the brother Eagle Eye come back because I didn't hear him either. He went silent. He must have got a phone call.
Peace.
Peace.
You know,
Peace, bro.
it's been several times we've had this discussion, and preparedness is very important when it comes to these matters. I like seeing our people close their ranks in this time. You see people coming together, grilling, and taking care of each other. That's a good thing. It's always a good thing. Yeah, we had to prepare ourselves to not depend on people who we cannot depend on. You got to prepare yourself to not depend on them because they are untrustworthy people who we cannot depend on. You know, when it comes to us closing the ranks and looking out for each other, when you do it that way, it's not a burden because everybody is contributing. We have to, and my saying is always, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail because there's things that we can purchase that don't even cost that much. There are solar lights for $12 and $13 that charge themselves that you can put every 10 feet around your house. That they are motion. You can go to any store, hardware store. You can go to Walmart, any hardware store, and buy these solar lights and install them, put them up yourself. And anybody come within 25 feet of those lights, they will turn on and stay on as long as, their settings, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, however you set it. They charge during the day and they work at night. That's the lighting problem. You know what I'm saying? We can get rid of. And there's lights you can actually buy that you can charge up and keep charged that we can use, of course, flashlights and everything. But there's a lot of things that's made with solar that we can use as far as because, I used to work with emergency management and I used to handle these type of things like with Hurricane Floyd in my city where I grew up at. Water was everywhere in 1998 when Floyd came through there. The whole Raritan River took my whole projects where I grew up at. And people, all the power went out and all the people were stuck in their apartments. And we had to actually go by boat to evacuate the buildings. Bring the people up to dry land. And go when the water did subside, there was no power. So we had to go and let people gather things. And some people slept at schools, and some people we put in hotels. So, I mean, I was in charge of the emergency management. So when I'm looking at my people. I was like, hell no. Tell me how much it costs after it's all said and done, and that's it. And we had people in hotels. Some people said, I'll sleep at the school. I said, but I'm gonna make it as comfortable as possible. I made sure the people were straight. I made sure they ate. I went and I got big screen TVs, hooked it up. I went by every school that people was in and made sure they was okay. I didn't rest at all. As long as those people wasn't okay, I didn't rest at all. I made sure everybody was okay. Everybody had food. I made sure everybody had accommodations until they restored power. And before they restored power, I went to Franklin Electric and I got 2 large generators that powered the building until they rewired those buildings and made sure the people in those buildings had power until they restored the power. There's resources that people can use. It's a matter of whether the people who are in charge give a damn about the people. That's what it's a matter of. And I didn't play when it came to my people. They was kind of sore at me because I was spending that damn money. Damn right, I'm gonna spend every damn dime if I have to take care of the people. I'll land right there for now.
Can you hear me, OG?
Oh, G must stepped out for a second.
Okay, you can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can
sir.
hear you, bro.
Loud and
Go
clear,
ahead.
brother.
I'm
Loud and
back. I'm
clear.
back now. It just had shut me down for a second. That's all. I'm back though. But I'll chime in again real quick. What I was saying is that, bro, we've been in this situation so long that it should be a question that we want to change, that we want to switch and do something different. You know, it don't make no sense to just get off the plantation and just keep wandering in circles like we've been doing. It just don't. It's to me, it just shows that we are cowards, and we really not men that want to take care of our families or nothing. And I'm not speaking of the ones that's on this line right now. All right, because I know what brothers is real and ready to take care of their families, and I know which ones are not. I'm speaking of the ones on the podcast is that don't productively use their information, or you turn the information into competition. The competition ought to be, when we get free. That should be the competition of a scholar should be to free us and solve the problem of us not having freedom. That should be anybody that's trying to call themselves scholars. I see that in Brother Nasir. I see that in OG and some other people too. But it ain't too many podcasters out there trying to be productive. Most of them just trying to act like they smart. Those dudes is cowards, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir,
I'm
brother.
just to put it to you, bro. Them brothers is cowards, man. They don't wanna get kick up no dust. That's why they ain't kicking up none. You got all that power. How you got that many followers on your channel, and you have nothing productive on your channel? Everything is it's all
hate this because I want to hear what this brother's saying.
Yeah, I thought it was on my end because I don't know, StreamYard be bugging. I heard with Apple phone, man. Like I had to drop down and come back up because when you was speaking, I heard the beginning part, but then it got to a point where I couldn't hear you. You know what I mean? So I had to jump off and get back up. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, man. But damn, I wanted to hear what he had to say too, though.
Yeah, they want their damn money every month though. Had the
Exactly.
nerve to go up. Had the nerve to go up $25
For the service to be, not
to
functioning
be
correctly.
janky as hell. For the service to
Correct.
be janky as hell. For them to raise the price.
Correct. Correct. Makes no sense.
Yeah, but to add on to what the brother Eagle Eye was saying, that's most case scenario to those who are delivering to a lot who are delivering information
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
to outsmart somebody else, had an aha moment
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
disprove what somebody is saying.
Correct. Correct.
Basically, what we have here,
Mm-hmm.
not genuinely giving the information because you want the people to have it. Just genuinely, just give the information. You don't have to come up. I've said it, I don't know how many times I have to say it.
Mm-hmm.
If someone is giving information, if that information doesn't resonate with you, it's not that you're supposed to come up and say, "Oh, that's cap" or whatever. If
Correct.
it's a build, if we are building, you're supposed to add on.
There you
That's
go.
it. You're supposed to
That's
add
it.
on.
That's
You're not
it.
supposed
Not
to come up and say this brother is cap. I mean, if
yeah.
somebody's outright lying, I hear people up on these platforms all outright lying, bro. Straight up lying and knowing it's bad when you know you're lying and you say that shit anyway.
Yeah, fact.
Some of these cats know they are lying. That's when you're supposed to be, kind of upset and go in on somebody. When you know they're
Correct.
lying, they know they're lying. But
Correct.
when somebody's error of information is just not, little incorrect or off,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
all you have to do is come up and give the information you have
Correct.
without ridiculing that brother's or that sister's information.
Correct.
Again,
Correct.
we don't know how to handle our people, bro. We don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just
Yeah.
don't handle our people correctly, bro. We
Yeah.
just don't.
Yeah. That's why I said y'all had a dope build yesterday on was it yesterday on Greedy's joint? I have to
Yes.
salute y'all. I came up on the
It's
panel,
Yeah,
always
mic
dope.
salute.
check. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I was out and
Yes, sir.
about. I wanted
Yeah,
to
I
add to
was
the
letting
build, but it was
it
too
knocked
noisy
me
where I
out,
was at
and I had to
earlier.
come
When
in
when it
under
got a
another
little quiet,
my
I
other
just added my two
from my
cents and
other
then, well,
device.
not 2 cents, but I
Yeah,
greeted y'all. You know
StreamYard
what I'm
acting
saying?
crazy. Got my
And let
man
y'all
phone
build
all
in.
messed up.
That's what I'd rather be on. Brother, listen, this dude's with up here and what the Eagle Eye was saying, I agree with him because I've been saying the same thing. This
Yes, sir.
But yeah,
YouTubers on
all
this
good. I
platform
was
with
letting y'all
100K,
build.
1,000 followers, 200K, 300K. All they rather do is cover hip hop and talk about who's beefing, who's snitching,
Yeah, hopefully
who told
everybody
on
good
who's
today,
going to
man. Grand
jail,
Rising, man. See if my
who's on
brother
drugs,
Chief Eagle
who's
Eye
in
trying to get
prison.
back in.
And it's just like, yo, you got all of these people that tune in to your channel, and there's not one live that you did where you say, you know what, on this live right here, I want to, have a good build. I want to talk about the youth. I want to talk about this. Like, it's just sad, bro. But again, you know why those people are in their position anyways. We already know about that too. They took
Yes,
that
sir.
oath. You know what I mean? They took that oath. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they did, sacrifice, laid down with somebody. And I don't got to get in detail with what I mean by laying down with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. It's just crazy to me. That's why I'd be like, hey, it's different strokes for different folks. And it sure is because I don't care about if when Diddy's getting out. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather come on OG's platform. If y'all are building, listen to some shit where I can be enlightened or I could be informed on something. I can learn something, gain something, and pass that on to my children. Shit, it's my son's birthday today. He turned 10. You know what I'm saying? I already
Hey,
said my
happy
children.
birthday to the
Thank you,
nephew.
man. Appreciate that. Like my children already be challenging their teachers on the information that I give them. You know what I'm saying? Things that I learned. And that's what it's supposed to be about. You know what I'm saying? Leading the youth the right way. I made a lot of bad decisions and I want to make sure my children don't make the wrong
Yeah, we all
decisions.
have, brother. We all have, brother.
You know? Yeah,
It's
man.
that, a lot of times when we make bad decisions, we learn from it
Mm-hmm.
and and we make the best of it from what we learned.
Correct. That experience. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
experience and we vow to make sure we tell our youth of the mistakes that we made so they don't make them. You're supposed
Correct.
to tell them what's down the pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Supposed to tell
Correct.
them they're allowed to make their own mistakes, but you are supposed to tell them what's down the pipe so they'll
Correct.
know, they'll look out for it, or hopefully if you tell them what's down the pipe, they don't go down that same road. Hopefully, but
Mm-hmm.
if you know how hard headed you were, and I know how hard headed I was,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
we be bringing somebody in the world who may be just as hard headed. You know what I'm saying? But we
Correct.
gotta tell them.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Gotta
Yeah.
tell them.
Yeah. 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 I definitely make sure, man, I don't sugarcoat shit for my children, man. For real. I keep it funky as possible. You know? Like, hey, you make that decision. This is where that leads you. You make that wrong choice. This is where you gonna go. You know?
Hey,
So I
shout out
definitely
my
want to
brother
Or
Q
either
North,
salute.
we could lie to our
indigenous
children,
black man,
or we don't have to lie to them.
wild savage. Go ahead,
Salute to
brother.
brother.
Hey,
Nah, go ahead, OG. No, I was
now,
landing. I was good.
now my brother Chief Eagle Eye was saying something. Go ahead, finish, Chief Eagle Eye. Some of us are still lying to ourselves and our people, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Through
I agree.
religion, misinformation, history, all above, man. But yeah, there's some shit going on. White people spitting in people's food, man.
Mm. But you got a video of that, OG?
I
You
played
know,
a video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the two videos I did play
I don't.
was white servers spitting in black people food all across the area and the
Mm.
black father hanging. Flag on the plate, black.
Mm-hmm.
In North Carolina, another one.
Oh wow.
I mean, I'm not understanding how that would surprise anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Why would that be appalling to anyone that they would do that?
Mm-hmm.
It don't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
A person,
But you know what? Look, it's like a routine though, right, Nasir? Every day we just get up, run around, get up, don't try to get free, and then we don't say nothing about getting free. The holiday come around or whatever, then we go party. Like we free.
yes,
And to
sir.
me, these niggas, to me, they don't get it. You know
Nah,
what I'm saying? Either we
no, sir.
don't get it, or either you're gonna be one or the other. You didn't get it. You weren't smart enough to catch
Is it
on,
in my end?
or you
I
a
can't even
coward,
hear
man.
y'all.
Can you hear me?
I agree with all of that, brother, and I think it's to a degree all of that.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, responsibility, the ability to respond and responding when you need to.
Right. That's
That's
right.
you- and self awareness to self accountability.
Are we not in distress, or what?
I
You
mean,
know
some
what I'm
people think
saying?
they are. Some people think they are right the way they are. You know, they good the way they are. You know, they. You know, I don't want to stand it. I don't want to stand it.
That I guess their life is the best they feel that they should have. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all. You know what I mean? That's all they feel that they should have. They don't feel like they should have more. That's what I see. And that's bad.
It's a
That's bad
difference.
that way.
It's a difference between freedom and freedom.
When you say that again, yeah. I think we are freedom brothers for sure. For sure, brother. Now, see, you just said it right there. Yeah, we free, but we just dumb. We don't get it. We running around like it's all good, and we know it's not. When we go jump in and go to the club, and we know when we get out of the club and it's all over, we ain't having no more fun. It's back to the same thing again.
Yeah.
How can
Escapism.
That's ignoring.
Escapism from the reality. When the reality doesn't go anywhere.
That's bad. Yeah, it's everywhere. There's no like Nearly Fuller say, there's no part of your life and none of the activities that the white supremacists got set up for you that you missing. They getting you. And they getting you and you still ain't doing nothing about it. They poisoning you every day and you still not trying to stop them. You know what I'm saying? You don't care. Either you don't care, you're a coward. And it is what it is, man. You're a coward. If you ain't productively on YouTube trying to solve this problem, hey man, it is what it is. You are what you are. And I don't have a problem saying, what I see. So it's not, young brother, it's not like you calling nobody out, brother. It's what you see. You see cowardly men, bro. You see men that won't not stand up for themselves, bro. It's like back in the day, if you seen the Black Panthers back in the day, and you weren't trying to help them, because I know I would have been trying to help them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Some kind of way. Even if I wasn't publicly doing it, I would have been doing it privately. If I was scared, I'd have did it privately.
That's what a lot of people with money did. They didn't join, but they helped them financially. At least they did that. Anything they needed financially.
At least they did that. But the ones now,
you got a whole bunch of loudmouth ingrates today, bro. Not doing a damn thing, but we'll talk a whole lot of shit about those who are doing the least bit.
Yep.
These smart ass niggas, man. These smart ass niggas with all the information, and that's all they have, and that's becoming problematic because they harbor that to only have their aha moment with somebody who they going back and forth with.
Yeah, there it is. The aha moment. Gotcha.
That's crazy, bro.
They don't know what knowledge is used for. They don't know what it's used for. When we used to go to those debates and used to watch Khalid and people like that debate, you recognize what knowledge was used for. Exactly. They don't know. They don't know. They don't even have a clue what knowledge is used for.
He used to beat them up to the point that they'll get up and leave.
Yeah.
They'll get up and leave. But he was in their face. It wasn't this nonsense that we do today.
Nah.
He was in their face.
It wasn't a talking point.
I remember exactly that a lot of cats come up on these platforms using college talking points, and they're far removed from the brother. You know what I'm saying? And he wouldn't have them around him in the first damn place because they're reckless and they don't have no damn discipline. And the brother Khaled had discipline. He was a disciplined brother. I mean, when he got in debate mode, he smacked them jokers around straight up. Because I remember him calling Anthony Hildorf. He called Anthony Hildorf fag to his face. To his face.
See, they're not doing this today. Everybody trying to watch what they say. They ain't doing that today.
Like, it's a popularity contest. People want to be seen as these things, but they're not going to go outside and do none of this stuff that that they say they're doing. Like I say, if I stopped 25, 30 years ago I would have still done way more than most of these cats just on these
Right.
platforms today. If I stopped
Right.
30 years ago, bro,
Yo, bro, can I say this
I
real
was on
quick? Right?
the streets.
My fault. Go ahead, brother Nasir. My fault. Go
I'm
ahead.
saying on the streets doing the same thing I'm doing now, talking to our brothers and
That's
sisters,
right.
putting in that work and
Yep.
doing things for our people, helping our people, keeping our streets safe. I was doing that on the streets. I'm
Yep.
60 years old now, and I'm still willing to go out there.
Listen,
Mm-hmm.
we did a back to school community give back, right? On Saturday, this past Saturday. I'm gonna send you the videos and pictures, brother Nasir. You know how
Yes,
many
sir.
dudes, I know that is just
All right, I
blowing
got it hooked
money.
up, cuz.
Dudes that I personally know that is just blowing money on nonsense that I hit up and said, yo, bruh, you could just donate $50. That will help. You could donate just $20. That can help to get notebooks and school supplies. I told them to come up, pull up to the event, bring some packs of water or whatever. None of them showed up, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So
Preach.
this is what I'm talking about with our
That's a
people.
damn shame.
Now, if I told them that it was a party where, females gonna be shaking their ass, and it's a smoke session, oh, they definitely would have pulled up. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know
And
it.
stuff like that,
You know it.
Brother, you know how many packs of pencils and pens and
Mhm.
notebooks and
Come on,
paper you can go
come on,
to like the
come
Dollar
on.
Tree and get for $50.
Bro, this is what that's the point, right? I sent them the flyer. I'm like, listen, it doesn't cost much nowadays to just do a little good deed, right? You're blowing money on Jordans and things that you don't get no ROI back. At least this could make a kid happy. You could either go to the stores yourself, buy the backpacks, or like you said, you can go to Dollar Tree, buy 50 notebooks, right? That's all it takes. Notebooks, pens, whatever you want to spend the money on. If you don't want to give it to me personally, that's fine too. None of these brothers did it. I can't say none of them. Two of them did. Out of five of them, two of them did it. Three of them didn't. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, you could bring a pack of 30, 38, 32 pack of Poland Springs water. You could bring some hot dogs. Because they was chefing too for the children. We do this every year. This is our fourth one that we did. Right in Mattapan, right across from Simcoe's. I know if Poison Puppet is on the chat, he knows exactly where Simcoe's is. Right in Mattapan Square. You know what I'm saying? This is our fourth one we did. You know what I'm saying? But these brothers didn't pull up, and this is what I'm saying. But if I said, yo, come through, we're throwing a party, females is gonna be there, and I'm using, I don't want to say the B word, but I'm gonna just say females. Oh yeah, they definitely would be there. You know what I'm saying? And that's just our people, bro. And people are wondering why other nationalities or other types of people are advancing. Because at the end of the day, they can agree to disagree, but come together for one common cause. We're still bickering and arguing about nonsense. And like you said, that aha moment. Let me give you an example, because I think you was actually on that live. OTK was having a debate, a friendly debate with OG, right? He said some things that he said wrong. I corrected him. I didn't jump on the panel and say, "Oh, aha, you're dumb. Listen to what you said. That was stupid." No, I just said, "Brother, I get what you're saying." I said, "Both of y'all are making good points," but I said, "OTK, let me correct you on what you just said." And I correct them. It was about the legalization on marijuana. You know what I mean? He just said it backwards. That's it. I didn't show him up. I didn't call him stupid. I didn't say he was dumb. You can feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what we're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to do when we're building. But if it was
That's right.
someone else would have been like, "Oh, you sound stupid. You a reach." It's just, bro. This is why I'd rather add to a build, like you said, plenty of times. If we're building, no one should. It's cool to challenge the information, but when you coming up being,
Mm-hmm.
just being defiant of what people are telling you that is facts compared to your opinions, it's like, yo, what? At that point, it's just like, come on, what are we doing here? You feel what I'm saying? It's not even a debate no more. You just want to be defiant to the information. You know, but yeah, man, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it just want to cause confusion. That's why I say we got people that's agents
Hmm.
and they not even get paid. They just agents. Their whole mind state.
Yeah, brother.
Ego said they're not even
Yes,
getting
sir, brother.
paid.
They're not even getting paid, brother. At least William O'Neill
Mm-hmm.
got paid. Got a gas
Yeah,
station
Liz
out of him
Williams
and
knew he
stuff.
got
You know what I'm
paid.
saying? You know what I mean? You know what I
These
mean?
cats are doing it for free. They doing it for free. You cussing a dude out that you don't even know on the internet.
Yeah,
Calling his mama this, mama that, your mama this, your mama that. You don't even know the dude.
If you
I
are
mean,
having,
for
if you are
real.
in, if we're building Chief Eagle Eye, why are we in debate mode in the first place?
correct.
Exactly.
Correct.
If we're building, why are we in debate? We shouldn't even be in debate
Okay.
mode if we're
Now,
building.
Shay, I'm gonna call it out. Let me tell you why. Because of Sa Netter.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
Everybody wants to be a side netter debate star.
Yep.
They want to debate.
Yep.
They want to debate everything. You can be talking about iceberg lettuce. They're gonna come and say romance.
That's right, bro. That's exactly correct. You know, but that's why we do this. It's because of Sonetta, man. Well, I ain't gonna say we do this because everybody don't do it, okay? But those that listen to Sonetta and they on his channel every day, they do that, man. That's all they do. Q Butter channel, they did it. They do it. I think what was that? Smoke Signal. No. That was on Talk Your Talk yesterday, right? You seen some of them come on there and did it.
Yeah,
You know?
they tried to, we having a build. We're building. That's all we do
Yeah,
on Talk Your Talk. We build.
that's
And then you
right.
got cats to come and I can understand if my brother said, okay, I want some pushback. I'm inviting a pushback. But if we're building, you come on you automatically being disagreeable and being argumentative, you're not a part
Right.
of the build. You're not a
Yeah,
part of the build
That's
if you're
right.
doing that.
that's a fact.
That's right. That's
Right.
right.
And
Because I'm gonna tell you,
nine
hey,
times out of 10, brother, when they come like that, they have nothing to add to the conversation. They can't
so
add
down,
on. So they come in with
and they
that
can't.
because they can't add
What you
on.
said?
They don't have the ability to add on.
Correct.
Nope.
They can't.
Nope.
Correct.
Nope.
Yo,
Because
hold on.
hey,
Question though.
Q
Question.
Butter was saying some stuff yesterday that was so stupid. I couldn't believe it. I didn't think he was that. Would go there. You know, because that one particular comment that he brought out, man, you don't talk about stuff like that with men. Somebody said it. Somebody said, man, where that comes from? Man, you do not have a sexual conversation with other men.
Mm.
And then he even had the nerve
I'm
to
not having that
now
conversation. I'm not having that type of conversation on social media altogether.
Mm.
there it is.
Mm.
That's number
I'm not.
one.
That's number
That's
one.
number
And
one.
in a real close number two. I'm not having that with no man.
Yo, I
Yeah.
got a question for y'all. They say you take on the personality of people that you're around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these Negrums, right, that always want to debate everything, like you said, iceberg letter, you telling them the sky is blue, they saying nah, it's green. Are they around a bunch of women? Is or is that
Bro,
part of their up
Maybach.
go ahead. Uh-huh.
Maybach. You remember, my brother, about a week or two ago, I told the sisters they shouldn't have men around them that's competing with them for their likeness.
Hmm. Hmm. Correct.
There's a lot of men, they'll be on these platforms going back and forth with women, being sassy and zesty as hell, going back and forth and competing with a woman for her likeness.
Hmm.
And if you invite that and you allow that, it's going to
The rest
continue
of
to
them is
happen.
going to pull it up when I get it in
When
here.
a man is
Yeah.
competing for a woman's likeness in her face, she
Hmm.
should call him a faggot.
Hmm.
Yep.
That's what she should call him. You can't be me, you punk.
Yep. Yep. And he can't. He ain't got what she got. Can't be her.
Can never be her.
Yeah.
You can't be her. That's what she should. That's her response to him if he's competing with her, and she'll know it, and I know it. I can recognize it. I'm like, yo, this dude a little too argumentative with a woman. I'm not doing that with no woman. I got my own woman at home that I've been with for decades. You think I'm getting on a platform and argue with another woman?
Have y'all seen have y'all seen some of the videos of so-called men looking at themselves in the mirror saying they a bad bitch? I don't know if y'all seen these videos, man. That shit is hilarious to me, man. That's all you can do is laugh, man. Dude's looking in the mirror, looking at himself and calling himself he's a bad bitch. And you've been saying that.
What?
Yeah.
You know, it look, bro. I see it all the
That
time
jail
on these
talk.
platforms. You know, they be on these platforms going back and forth with these women, and then it seems to me they be like in competition with them. I mean, taking attention whoring to another level, bro. You trying to win an argument with a woman on social media, going back and forth with her when you could just you got that, sis. You got that.
Yeah.
Don't know how to do. I mean, some of these cats don't even catch themselves. They won't even catch themselves. They'll just do it. Don't even catch themselves. They'll still do it. Go back and forth with these women like that. Don't even say, "Well, you know what, sis, you got it."
Bro, I ain't gonna front.
You got that.
You know, weeks ago, I tried my hardest, man, because I was coming with nothing but respect. You feel me? And
I remember that. I
yeah,
remember that, brother.
and she just kept yelling and screaming. It's like after a while, it's like, yo, okay, like what are we
But
doing? You older than me.
case, brother, you had the decorum, though. In that case, you had the decorum.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because
And you
I definitely.
and what did I do, brother?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
What did I do, bro?
yeah. You hit me up and told me like, yo, bro, you know. You gave me that big bro text real quick like, brother, you did no wrong. I think what's his name? Wild Savage or Savage. He came up, he said, bro, it ain't you, man. It ain't you. Cause in my eyes, I'm like, yo, what did I say? Where did I go wrong? Like, I respect everyone, whether I know you or not. I salute everybody on OG's platform. You know what I'm saying? Or any platform I go on. Nobody could say, yo, this dude Maybach, he's an agent, he caused chaos. You know, because bro, I come with respect to get respect. We know it's earned, but I give everyone respect, brother. You know what I'm saying? There's some
Exactly.
people that I vibe with more, like you, Philly OG, Puppet. There's a few people that y'all come to my channel, my platform, so I might have a little more bond with y'all, but that don't mean that I don't respect others who don't come to my platform. You know what I'm saying? So, because again, I was taught that at a young age. Men don't argue with females, man. You just don't do it. Let them have that. You know, let them have it.
Yeah, you have to wonder how they was raised and who they was around when it was being raised, because I mean, I grew up around a whole bunch of men, older brothers who were men, and they just didn't do that. What the sister girl thing they do today, they didn't do that. These dudes are straight honey childs, man. That's what they are. That's what I call these niggas, man. They honey childs, man.
That's a good one, bro.
It's that honey child.
That's where they act, bro. That's the way they act, bro. I don't do that. I would get off the platform before I do that.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I ain't got time. Even with a dude, I don't want to be arguing, bro. I don't even want to argue
No,
with another guy, dog. It's just like,
because
bro,
it's a waste of time.
yeah, bro, we here to build. You could agree, I could disagree, or it could, or we both could agree, or we both could disagree. I'm not trying to argue, bro. You know what I mean? That's just wasting too much time and energy when we could be, you know what I'm saying? Learning something, being informed on something, enlightened, you know? For the niggas that like to debate, just start a debate channel. That's all. You know what I'm
The
saying? You want to
ones that
debate?
come up and argue Maybach don't have absolutely nothing to add to the bill. So that's why they come up like that, because they have nothing to add to the bill.
Yeah.
They'll come and start saying, why this, why that, why this, why that. You know, they will ask you why you're talking about what you're talking about on your live stream.
Correct.
That's what some of them do.
Come to change the
Okay,
whole topic and subject.
if it's not to your liking, go somewhere else.
Correct. That's it. It's that
It's
simple.
simple.
It's that simple.
It's that simple. But
That's a fact.
if now a lot of times the brothers would be like, look, I want to push back, but come and push back with information. If
That's
you're
a
not going
fact.
to push back with information, you're coming up and you're being a distraction and you're displaying agent like behavior. Push back with information.
Correct.
For the most part, cats come up here being argumentative, thinking they can accept or they can reject the truth based on how they feel.
Yeah.
Like the truth needs their validation.
That's a fact. It needs nothing to stand on. That's a fact. Lies do though. Definitely lies do need shit to stand on. It needs the
Yo,
validation.
Eagle Eye, you remember the song back in the days, brother? Feelings, nothing more than feelings.
What was it? A slow song like Feeling?
Yep, that's the song.
Okay, got
Nothing
it.
more than feelings. That's what some of these cats say. Because for the most part, it's the guys, it's the men, it's the men who display that behavior.
Yeah.
Because my saying is, a woman is not a bitch because she behaved like a woman.
Mm-hmm.
That don't make her a bitch. A man's a bitch if he behaves like a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if she's moody and she's catty, okay. That don't mean you're supposed to get that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you got cats that are engaged, bro. You got dudes that are engaged. Women get catty with them, they'll engage.
Sassy Negrums, man. For real. Straight sassy.
Honey childs, brother. That's what they are.
Oh shit, honey child. That's funny as shit.
OG, I'll be back up, brother. I gotta handle something. Peace, brothers.
All right, peace. OG, you there? OG, your audio good?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
All right, guys. We covered the death of Hayden Panettiere. And I told you guys I questioned it because she was just doing this book tour, talking about her memoir. She revealed a couple of things in interviews just about 2-3 months ago about what happened to her in the industry. She talked about being abused in Hollywood and many other things. She talked about having a controlling mom that basically pushed her into this Hollyweird industry when she was a baby. And then she said that her mother basically made it very clear to her that she was never allowed to say no. She also talked briefly as well in an interview about how she was taken, she was on a ship and she was brought downstairs into a room and put next to this naked man who she said was very famous. The typical Hollywood cabal. Well, now, there is an investigation that has opened up about her death. The DEA has an investigation. They opened about this. I want to start here first, and then I want to get to what Gayle King just did, which is really shady, in my opinion, what they are doing about her now that she has died.
It is now being reported that authorities are investigating the sudden death of Hayden Panettiere for any signs of criminality, while the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, has also jumped in as well. What does this tell us about what happened to the actress? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Things are reportedly evolving in connection with the death of actress Hayden Panettiere. We started the week by learning that the 36-year-old was found Sunday unresponsive in cardiac arrest at this apartment that she was temporarily staying at in Greenville, South Carolina. First responders apparently tried to conduct these life-saving measures, but she was pronounced dead at the scene at 2:32 p.m. There was even reportedly dispatch audio where you can seemingly hear the word overdose. This is shocking. This is sad. This is incredibly tragic, especially when you consider the Nashville star had publicly addressed addiction in the past, a battle with postpartum depression in the past. And look, while the preliminary findings of the autopsy reportedly found no signs of trauma, and the Greenville Police Department indicated they didn't appear to find any evidence of foul play or suspicious circumstances, now we are getting word that things may be evolving, things may be escalating. TMZ has reported that law enforcement sources indicated to them that authorities are investigating whether a crime has been committed, namely because of how unexpected Hayden Panettiere's death is.
And considering the timing, which I had said before, right? Like, again, she was just on this book tour promoting her memoir, and she was revealing quite a bit of information about what was going on in the entertainment industry, her experiences there. And I don't know, these people just either have a way of disappearing, dying, or we're told that they OD'd. You know, it's a common tale. I remember the way they were talking about Britney Spears when she was going through postpartum depression. I remember a lot of this stuff. And so it's either you come out on the other side of it an okay and better person, and, you know, being able to get out of that cabal, which is Hollyweird, or you end up in a tragic situation. And unfortunately, that happens to too many people. And the fact that they have now opened this up, to me, that says they suspect some things. Let's go on a little bit more here.
So law enforcement is investigating this seemingly at the same time as the coroner's office. And by the way, it's been reported that no cause or manner of death has been determined and that they're awaiting the toxicology results, right? The toxicology test, the toxicology report, which could take some time. And then you couple that with reporting that is now coming out by multiple outlets like Fox, CNN, the New York Times, that the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, we're talking federal agency here, has joined the investigation. So the questions I have, the questions I think we all have are, why? What does this mean? What are they looking for? What is happening now behind the scenes? So I'm going to be bringing on a retired detective shortly to talk about that, what we should be thinking about. But first, let me just give you some more information, okay? So we have also learned that reportedly the Heroes actress on again, off again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother Zach were at the scene, were at the apartment, that they placed the 911 phone call. CNN is claiming the police report indicates that an officer interviewed the brothers, with the police report saying, quote, I spoke with Zach Hickerson first. He advised this was his brother's girlfriend. CNN is also reporting that Brian Hickerson allegedly showed officers a bag of medications at the apartment. This is per a police report. And by the way, TMZ has also reported that sources claim Narcan was found at this apartment too, which is used to treat an opioid overdose. Now, something to note about Brian Hickerson, if you're not familiar with him when it comes to Hayden Panettiere, he had been accused by the actress of domestic abuse, particularly in her memoir just a few months back. The New York Times was reporting that back in March, only a few months before Hayden Panettiere died, she had reportedly hired security to keep Hickerson away.
Now, let's go back to what she said, that she was told never to say no. And people wonder, well, how does she end up in this abusive type of relationship? We also talked about how, you know, she did have a daughter. Her daughter did not live with her. Her daughter lived with her ex, and apparently over in Ukraine. And when people, if you have a mother who is not nurturing, if you have a mother who doesn't want to be motherly towards you, like Hayden claimed, and just sees you as an employee, and you're gonna, you know, go out there and become the star or whatever and make a lot of money. When abuse happens to you, if you don't feel as though you can go to the mother, what do you do? Especially when the mother they tell you, according to her, don't say no. What do you do? Now, I don't know what happened at this scene that night, but the fact that they've opened up this investigation leads me to believe they think there could be some type of foul play, but not sure. We don't know if this is something, we still don't know if this is something that she did to herself or if it was done to her. And considering the fact that she was telling some things at that point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if it were the latter. People start talking. Here you go.
That court documents reveal he was sentenced to 45 days in jail after pleading no contest to 2 felony domestic violence charges for injuring Panettiere. Panettiere wrote in her memoir, what I never told them was that the abuse I'd endured didn't feel as bad as the thought of being alone. And by the way, Hickerson himself even came out after this memoir was published, apologized for what happened, saying it was true, that he was in a dark place that included issues with substances, and that it was a, quote, terrible thing I did to her. In fact, let me call this out too. Hayden Panettiere's estranged mother, Leslie Vogel, has now spoken out too, telling NBC in part, quote, this person in her life that we've been trying to get rid of for quite some time was with her at her death. And that was Brian Hickerson.
Something else that her mother also said, you know, it is kind of weird that her mom's statement, at least what was revealed to the press, did not seem to have any type of remorse. It was just kind of weird to me. It's like, we've been trying to get rid of this person, basically, if that makes sense. And then there's this. Now, see, I don't like messy. And Gayle King has been messy. Let me show you what she's doing now. Gayle King was one of the people who interviewed Hayden more recently about the book tour. Listen to what she's saying about Hayden Panettiere now that she's dead.
When it comes to Hayden, were there any signs when you saw her last time in the studio? I know you like one of the last people to interview her. I'm not going to say there were signs, but she was clearly still wobbly, and I still thought that she was still working things out, but you know, my heart sank when I heard what had happened to her. Mine too. I mean, we all think that.
Did everybody hear what she said? Let me run it back when she says what she was. Listen.
Signs when you saw her last time in the studio. I know you like one of the last people to interview her. I'm not going to say there were signs, but she was clearly still wobbly.
She was clearly still wobbly. Doesn't this remind you of what Oprah did to Whitney Houston Like just recently, we talked about this. Why did you wait? You say this stuff after people have died and they can't defend themselves. Yeah. So here we go. Did you get what I'm saying? That plants things. When you say, oh, well, she was kind of still wobbly, she's not alive to come in and defend herself. And that leads people to start to think about other things. Why didn't you say that when she was alive? Oof.
And I still thought that she was still working things out, but you know, my heart sank when I heard what had happened to her.
Mine
I mean, we
too.
all think that because she was still such a talent and seemed to be on the way. It was just heartbreaking to me. That's all.
Now, her mother did respond and say that there was like a certain individual that was kind of like in between their relationship. Did you see that comment that her mother made?
No, but when you read the book, you knew that there was something between her and the ex-boyfriend.
Right.
And many people thought that she had gotten past that. Clearly, she hadn't. But I prefer to concentrate on who she was when she was here. That's what I want people to remember. The light that she was. I really loved the father of her child, what he said about her. He said he wants to make sure that his daughter knows who the mother was and that she is held in such high regard. I was very, very, very touched by that. That to me is the most important thing. But it was just heartbreaking all around. And now we know that there's an investigation. We shall see. We just want her to rest. We just want her to rest in peace.
Made a statement on via social media saying that that's not what they stand for. They made her feel uncomfortable while she was alive during that difficult time in her life. What do you think of that?
During that time, we weren't talking about postpartum.
Pause. That's a lie. We'll come back to this video. Neutrogena, for those who are not aware, Hayden Panettiere at one point, she did have like this endorsement gig with Neutrogena. And at that point in time, she was doing commercials for them. I remember this as well. But apparently, because I guess during some type of interview or whatever, she was talking about postpartum depression. Neutrogena saw that as a problem for their brand. And so they were just basically like, we don't really want you to be representing us. And that's what you're talking about. That's just part of being human. That's just part of, obviously someone being a mom. She was asked about it, and so she answered the question about it. But Neutrogena had a problem with that. They basically wanted you to be something, just pretend everything's okay and none of those things. So basically, you are the brand and the brand is you, essentially. Gail is taking cover for Neutrogena here. And let me show you, okay? I'll come back to Gail. She lying, because check this out. Right here. Simple Normal. Yes, Gail King, we have been talking about postpartum depression. Remember when you reported on Andrea Yates in the early 2000s? Even your friend Oprah did a show about it back then. We've been talking about this since 2001. Hayden was in 2015. So you see how she just lying? You see that? So that is Gail trying to come in to run cover for, guess what? A company, a brand. She's trying to protect Neutrogena. So Neutrogena just recently issued a statement saying they're saddened about her death and they didn't mean this and they didn't mean that and blah, blah, blah. Bull crap. Because you didn't come out and issue the statement until after she died. She talked about this before. So do you see how Gail King is running to protect business? Oh, well, we didn't know much about that back then. And, we didn't talk about. Yes, we did.
They made her feel uncomfortable while she was alive during that difficult time in her life. What do you think of that?
During that time, we weren't talking about postpartum. We were not talking about that. So I appreciate the fact that Neutrogena is acknowledging that and saying that, they clearly are expressing some regrets. But back then, we were not talking about it the way we're talking about it now. It's like Maya Angelou used to always say, when you know better, you do better. I think that's a lesson for all of us.
No, Gail. You don't get to bring Maya Angelou into this. What? No. We have to boo this woman. We have to boo. Get her out of here. Get her out of here. Maybe Neutrogena, maybe one of the sponsors for CBS. I don't know. But you don't do that when people die. You don't then come forward and say, oh, she was wobbly. And you don't do that. You don't do that. She can't defend herself. And that should make you guys ask more questions again about this industry, how people can just do things like that. Corey said so pretty well here, Corey Oliver. Don't forget Gayle King going after Kobe Bryant. I'll never forget that. This is why Black prominent people shouldn't sit down with Gayle King or Oprah for interviews. They work in bad faith. There it is. There it is. It's sad what has happened. I feel like it's a common tale in the world of Hollyweird. And I told you guys, I often question if some of these former stars that they say died from an overdose actually died from that. I wonder if, these things actually happened the way they said it happened. I wonder if some of these people that they said were on drugs were actually on drugs. I wonder if some of the people they said were crazy were actually crazy. And one of the people I think people need to take a look at right now is Amanda Bynes. She was on Nickelodeon, was doing pretty well in her acting career. And they said all of a sudden one day something just snapped. Did something just snap? Or did somebody hurt Amanda? Did somebody do something to Amanda? And maybe that triggered something. What happened? You look at right now what's going on with Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande, again, that was another one who was a child star. People are worried about her right now. They said she just snapped. She just changed. Did she just snap? Or did somebody do something to Ariana? Because things that are done to children when they're younger, sometimes people may not start to show that and act out on that until they're an adult. Hayden told us about what happened to her. And when you have a mom that basically tells you she's not looking for no mother-daughter relationship, and you're her little employee, her little soldier, what do? How do you handle and deal with an abusive boyfriend? So it's like, it almost felt to me as though Hayden couldn't look to her mom and say, what have you done for me? Because she said her mother had told her that she owed her, and she meant she owed her money. That's not love. That's employment. It's a scary industry. And things happen to these people. And I feel like the press, this is why I had a problem with what Gayle said there. Because that's planting a seed, telling people, oh, she was wobbly. So then it gives people the impression, well, she must have been drunk or under the influence during that interview. Therefore, I shouldn't even believe what she said in her memoir. You see how this works? They did the same thing with Britney Spears. I saw all this stuff. They did the same thing with Britney. They did this with Justin Bieber. I mean, the list goes on. If they can make you think the person is crazy, then their job is done. Sakina, I remember when Gayle and Oprah were on Club Quarantined with D Nice, 10-year-old daughter, so fake they couldn't talk to a 10-year-old. Oh no, man. This is a very scary one. Someone mentioned the jab. Yeah, that's another thing that's been brought up. People wonder if the jab is something that could have, they said she went to a cardiac arrest, but they haven't confirmed the actual cause. Could have had something to do with that too. Her brother died. Heart issue. Don't know. But some crazy stuff going on in Hollywood, guys. Hey guys, this was a savvy video. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and subscribe.
Here we are again, 2026. North Carolina, what the trees have seen there. This time it's 38-year-old Demetrius Fleming, found hanging from a ligature in a residential area in Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. This happened Friday morning. The last hanging we reported took place just last week in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's with all the hangings? Give you the details on this one. They're limited, but here's what we do have. Police Chief Lawrence Wiggins said Demetrius Fleming was already dead when emergency crews arrived on scene. Quote, "We're treating this as an open, equivocal death investigation. The Roanoke Rapids Police Department is committed," it says, "to finding the facts and reporting them," Wiggins said. "This investigation is in its infancy. It is important to neither make nor perpetuate assumptions as facts. Evidence will provide the conclusion. Anything else will create more confusion. An autopsy will be conducted." There's more on this one. "We are not working from any strict assumption," Wiggins said. "Everything is on the table." Wiggins extended his condolences to Fleming's family. The chief said the 911 call, which reported an attempted suicide, came from someone who was not at the scene but was close to Fleming. Perhaps that's a clue. There are details that at this point we're not going to share about his personal life, Wiggins said. "I think it's important for us to get as much evidence and then weigh what we know about Mr. Fleming in light of the evidence we have, rather than sit here and say things that may or may not sway people's perception of what occurred." WRAL, the local affiliate, with the details. The nature of the death has drawn significant attention in the community. Speculation spread about what happened on social media. In downtown Raleigh last week, another man was found hanging from a tree. That man also died, and investigators ruled his death a suicide. We had the obituary. Demetrius was the proud and loving father of 9 children. He often spoke with immense pride and joy about his children, and his eyes would light up at the mention of their accomplishments. To them, he was not just a father, but a hero, a constant source of strength, an inspiration who always wore a smile despite any hardships he faced. Authorities will look further about what potential hardships he was facing, if any. There's a GoFundMe. You see the QR code. An organizer from Jacksonville created a dynamic map that tracks the hanging deaths of Black people since 2018. They go by @BlackBeltBabe or the People's Reporter on X. They wrote that of all the ones I've tracked so far, vast majority of the circumstances of the hangings are disputed by family. You see it, a devastating but a necessary resource. It could very well be that Demetrius, a father of 9 who talked about and was, by all accounts, loving of his children, lit up, lived for, perhaps, I think it's an appropriate inference, for his children. People can still be sad. People can commit the ultimate act, unalive themselves. But that's on the table, but that's not conclusive yet. I don't know, and I don't understand, nor should I or any of us be expected to understand, if you're not going through something difficult, why anyone would choose to die by hanging, choose to die by hanging. If in fact that's what he did, but that's a question in my mind, particularly knowing what we know as people of color and those who are allies about what hangings of Black people in America signify. We all know, particularly in a state like North Carolina, what the trees have seen there. I often look up at trees, old trees, and I wonder, what has this tree seen? And you know what I mean. As I look at this map of hangings put together out of necessity? Who wakes up one day and says, you know what? I think it would be fun to put together a map of hangings. No one. It's here because it's necessary. And the circumstances, as the person who put this together out of necessity noted, not everybody agrees with what the authorities say happened. So the families stay on it and the map gets updated. We'll continue to follow the story out of North Carolina. Everything's on the table there. We'll see.
How obviously racist do we have to be? Or somebody says, wait, now, that's not right. I think it's not right. But you know, is there any line in the sand? Just tell me this.
Yeah. It's a what?
Any line in the sand when Trump asks you and your cohorts to do something and it's one step too far. Is there one for you?
I think a violation of the Constitution.
Oh, that's been done. Oh.
How scary is that? The millions of Americans that support the president we have today don't support them because of reason, don't support him because of fact, don't support him because of logic. They don't support him because of anything in alignment with reality. They support him out of hate and disdain for you, if you are a black person, right? And once again, the fact that we have had 20 people come up here and vocalize their explicit hatred for black people, instead of giving one argument for why they support Trump, one reason, talking about the economy, talking about his policy, immigration, foreign affairs. No, it's just the N-word. So if you're a black person, if you're a brown person, if you're BIPOC, MAGA hates you.
Okay, just watch this. 5,000 Trump supporters ran to hide from the storm and ended up sheltering inside the African American History Museum. Think about that for a second. The same MAGA movement soaked in Christian nationalism, the same crowd that cheers on Patriot Front racists marching around DC, the same people who shit on Black American history and push more institutional racism, they mock Black communities every day. They deny racism even exists. Then the second their asses are in danger from the rain, where do they run? Straight to the African American Museum for shelter. It's pure hypocrisy. It's so not reciprocal. They spread so much hate toward Black Americans and then huddle under the actual banner of their history museum like it's nothing. This moment feels incredibly symbolic.
My bad, y'all. I had a phone call. Chief Eagle Eye, y'all want to tap in, man? I played a couple videos. Or y'all want me to finish playing this video that I'm playing?
No, keep playing it. You can keep playing.
Keep playing it?
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah.
All right. Let's see how long it is. 23 minutes. Let me know if
these MAGA supporters expose their own contradictions in the most embarrassing way possible. What a perfect picture of the movement Donald Trump built.
There is absolutely nothing that MAGA folks won't blame on people of color. Not because folks of color are actually to blame for any of those things, but because it's all MAGA knows. If you're out of work, must be because an immigrant of color or a black person took your job. If your taxes are too high, it must be because of welfare payments going to those people. Never mind the contradiction of saying that they take all the jobs, but also take none of the jobs because they're too busy relying on welfare rather than working. It can't be both, guys. You got to pick a lane, right? kid didn't get into the college you wanted. Well, it must be because a person of color got preferential treatment and stole their slot, even though the Supreme Court has essentially ended race-based affirmative action. You can't afford a home. Well, it must be because immigrants are taking all the homes and driving up the costs. Forget for a minute that they're also the ones building most of the homes, thereby driving down the cost. But, whatever. Scared of crime? Well, it must be because black and brown folks and migrants are making the cities unsafe. Forget for a minute that crime has actually dropped, even as immigration has gone up, and immigrants have lower crime rates than American citizens. But, whatever. When the pandemic hit, oh yeah, that was the fault of Asians, people of color, and their open air markets. When a door flew off a plane a couple years ago, Elon blamed it on a DEI program for pilots. And when a barge brought down a bridge in Baltimore, the right blamed it on the DEI mayor, which is just their new word for the N-word. To MAGA, white folks are never to blame for anything. Black and brown folks are to blame for everything. Why? Because MAGA is a racist cult. If your answer for every problem in America is people of color, you're a racist by definition. If your answer is Jews, you're a Nazi. And in either case, you deserve to be crushed utterly and without pity or mercy.
A Trump supporter just got caught on camera being racist to a Somalian couple in a Cinnabon in Wisconsin, and the video went so viral that she ended up getting fired. Just watch.
Visualizing your body makes you a better person.
Are you recording? I'm gonna record you. Yes. Do you want me to throw water on you? I am racist.
So
and you are an idiot. No, I am racist, and I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruined your life, by the way. Oh, you're talking about respect? You're talking about respect? You are fired from this place. You're not gonna be working here. Sakwa, look how you talking about.
But as I mentioned, that video went incredibly viral, getting millions of views on different platforms. So much so that Cinnabon responded saying, "We've seen the disturbing video from the Cinnabon in Wisconsin, and we don't condone this behavior." The former employee was immediately terminated by the franchise owner. Their actions do not reflect our values or the welcoming experience every guest deserves. Fired. FAFO. Everything she said, everything she did in that video was just so disgusting. And now she's out of a job, facing the consequences of her actions, but maybe she can get a job in the Trump administration. I'm sure they'll take her.
Here's something I've noticed about human nature. People don't always become different overnight. Sometimes they just stop pretending. That's what makes this conversation so fascinating. The biggest political history of the last decade might not be who changed. It might be who finally felt comfortable showing us who they already were. Family, please subscribe. Let's continue watching, and then I'll be back with more commentary. Full credit goes to the original creators of these videos. Thank you.
That is a very disturbing video. You got a white guy in the face of a black woman on purpose because he's trying to be intimidating and to scare her, to try to make her cry, to try to make her feel inferior. Racism and hate.
You should have got in the man's face.
Whoever you are, I'm talking directly to you. You are a piece of trash. Because the reality is you just assaulted that innocent woman. And you did it, why? Because she's black? You're a disgrace to the United States of America. Again, you're a piece of trash. Because I tell you what, he wants to pretend that he's a badass. The only reason he's doing that is because Donald Trump became president, and he knows that Donald Trump is like him. He's this white dude that wants to be above everybody else. He wants to make everyone feel inferior. Let me tell you what this Latino's saying. You need a freaking kick in the balls, number one. Number two is you should be put in jail for assault. Number three, the entire world should put you on the internet and saying, you see this piece of trash? You see what he's doing? He's assaulting women. He's assaulting minorities. He doesn't like anyone who's not him. You're not a tough guy. You're just some piece of shit.
And here we have another self-proclaimed patriot proving that courage, apparently, means verbally abusing and challenging a Black woman to a fight. Nothing says strength quite like picking a fight with a Black woman. If this is what making America great again looks like, it's a pretty sad definition of greatness.
Most ED treatments do one thing, if anything at all. Finally, I found one that does.
Me. Go back, wherever you're from. I said, excuse me, don't be rude. You're the one that's rude. No, I said, excuse me, I'm trying to buy something. America. So? You're in America. So what? That's none of your business. Stay out of it.
I don't need to stay out of it.
I said, excuse me.
For everybody to hear. Stop being ignorant.
A nigger's calling me ignorant. Oh,
yes.
My goodness.
Mexico and all that stuff.
Oh my goodness. You are very rude. No, you're the one that's rude. I said, excuse me, because I'm trying to grab my medicine. You told me. You know what you told me. Yes, I said, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. Just go on. Just go on. Whatever. Get out of here. No, I'm not going to get out of here. No, I'm not. Because this is my country. Yes, this is my country. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. I don't care. We don't want. I don't care what you want or not.
We don't want you here.
Leave me alone. No. Yeah. How rude. How rude. Give her the.
No, ma'am.
Leave me alone.
This is inappropriate.
Thank you. Tell her.
No, ma'am.
Tell her.
It's inappropriate.
Sweet baby Jesus. Y'all, I was so disturbed when I saw this video. There was countless problems that I had with this video, from the fact that MAGA is so bold. All of the MAGA crew thinking that they're entitled to tell a person that they feel is not Caucasian, that they don't belong here. If y'all paid attention, not only did she insult what I am assuming is a lady of Mexican descent, and prevent her from getting her medication off that shelf, she proceeds to call that Black woman up. Yo, don't you sometimes watch these things and be like, I wish a motherfucker would?
Why do you support Trump?
That's what I be saying, sis. But they target y'all.
Why do you specifically just want to get rid of people who are Mexican?
Because the Mexicans in Southern California are ruining this place.
No, they're not.
Crime. Yes, listen, you don't live here.
I do live in Southern California. I live in Los Angeles. Mexicans here in Los Angeles make this city and county a significantly better area to live in.
Dirty.
No, you're a dirty piece. The fact that you just consider people who are Mexican dirty is a disgusting racist trope perpetuated by bigoted pieces such as yourself that don't actually base any of their positions on facts, but instead emotions. You're the same type of people that tell us not to get vaccinated. Watch. Do you think the COVID vaccine was safe and effective?
It was not effective.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? These are the people who don't believe in science. These are the people who don't believe in science. So their whole notion here of quote unquote dirty is simply them just being a bigoted racist people. And actually not a description of actual reality, because they don't believe in science. They don't believe in facts. He's a tinfoil hat, bigoted, snowflake, triggered idiot.
I really genuinely believe that if you triple Trumped, then you are all about preserving the lack of culture in white America that has led us to where people go and Bible thump with their AR-15s. Like, that's the only thing that I see when you get all white people together in the United States. There's no culture at all. So they have to go borrow culture from people. Even the word woke, they borrowed from Black culture. I don't think you should be able to enjoy anything but Cracker Barrel. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel. Quit watching NBA basketball. Quit watching sports. that are dominated by African Americans. Quit going to Mexican restaurants. You want white culture, you go fucking live in it. But do not participate in any of the shit that makes America cool. And what makes America cool is multiculturalism. And if you want to triple Trump and you want to browbeat DEI and you want to browbeat gay people and you want to browbeat black people, as you've been doing for 400 years, and you want to browbeat this generation of immigrants that come over here and open up businesses earnestly, pay their taxes, you want to demonize them and call them rapists and felons and all this shit, when the felon is the teeny weeny mushroom cock piece of shit, Kankles McTaco tits at the top of the ticket. I have fucking had it from top to bottom. White people that triple Trump should be banned, boycotted from enjoying the best thing that America has to offer, which is multiculturalism. Get your fat asses out of the Mexican restaurant, get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel, because nobody wants to see your fucking smug ass, teeny weeny, pink arm, big gut around. Nobody wants to see that shit. No.
I have no doubt in my mind that the map's gonna pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it. Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different forms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer service. Doug Wilson is the same pastor that said that slave owners were on strong spiritual ground. I don't have no belief in no morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president. You wouldn't be in your party. You would stand up, you would stand against it, you would speak out about it. So as far as I'm concerned, if
Democratic
you
Party
here, as
is
one of these
just
strong
as
Republicans,
bad,
you already showed us who you are. You showed us what you want to do. And I
Both
believe the
parties
country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spot. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. That's why Trump got to go to Texas and say he entitled to 5 more seats. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all want. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. And I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'm gonna love every second of it.
The rest of us in America don't want you guys here. Ryan, move out of the community, moocher. You don't have a job. You're living off the system. These Somali people don't have to pay for you all the time, do they? Why are you mooching off your Somali neighbors? You don't have a job. You don't work, you lazy bum. Why don't you work?
First of all, much respect to Cardinal Glass Industries for finding out that this dude is out here being racist and deciding he doesn't represent our company, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of his ass. And by all means, racist. Listen, don't listen to me. Continue being racist in front of cameras. Like, don't allow me to stop you from standing 10 toes down on your racism. If you're out there calling people racial epithets, or you're out there criticizing people for the way they look or whatever, their lifestyle's different from yours, and someone pulls out a camera phone, by all means, stand on your moral. Be bold with your racism and your homophobia and your misogyny and your hate and bigotry. Be bold with it. We want to know who you are. Please, by all means, keep outing yourselves. Now, I haven't heard about an actual GoFundMe going up or a Give Send Go going up for this couple yet, but I'm sure it's coming, because I got on X today and there are a bunch of MAGAs out there who are like, yo, patriots, can we help this couple out? Can we get them a job? Is anybody out in the Minnesota area can hire this patriot? Like, it's so crazy how easy it is to become popular in the MAGA movement. All you gotta do to be popular in the MAGA movement is go publicly as a racist, be outed publicly as a racist, and then get a Give Send Go up out there and watch how fast they sprint to donate to that cause.
So every election changes laws. Some change taxes, some change immigration policy, some change foreign affairs. But every once in a while, an election changes something much harder to measure. It changes what people believe is socially acceptable to say in public. And that's where politics moves beyond government and then starts reshaping culture. Let's say here for a second, social psychologists have studied this for decades. Human beings constantly read the room. We change how we speak depending on who's listening. At work, around family, with close friends, or online. That actually doesn't necessarily mean our ideas they previously kept private. Those groups aren't automatically the same. Confusing them makes it harder to understand what's actually happening. If we are going to criticize a movement, we should be precise rather than paint millions of people with one brush. Precision is stronger than outrage. For Black Americans, this discussion feels familiar. History has shown that prejudice doesn't always disappear. Sometimes it becomes quieter. And after the civil rights movement, discriminatory attitudes didn't vanish overnight. Many simply became less publicly acceptable. That's why moments of open hostility can feel less like something entirely new and more like something old becoming visible again. History doesn't disappear because people stop teaching it. Sometimes it simply loses its disguise. I've always found this interesting. Social media didn't invent conflict. Television didn't invent conflict, neither did politics. They simply magnify what's already there.
Yeah, I'm back, everybody. My bad. Excellent, good video showing how these mega heads is operating out here. Basically, how but I just don't blame it on just mega. You got the Democrats that think like that. You got these liberals that think like that. You know what I mean? All of it ain't just MAGA. MAGA is some of the racist ones, but it's not all MAGA. But yeah, I had to step away for a minute. So I think the 3 videos that played was service spitting and black people food. I think I played the one about my brother Information Man, the power out. I think I played Gail King Savvy Jam too. Talking about Gail King throwing hard, and I can't Pentrice, I can't pronounce that last name, under the bus. But yeah. Anybody want to tap in? Say anything? My brother Eagle Eye? You want to tap in? Let me shout out the chat. Junebug, Poison Puppet, my brother Maybach, Diala Warren, my sister None of Your Business, brother Nasir, Cross the Bridge. I ain't know my nigga Bellioso came in. Shout out my nigga Bellioso, Flat Motherfucking Power family. My brother Key Norfolk, Wild Savage. Sharon Walker. Infinite Styles. Much love and respect, man. T. Cortez. Just Jazzy. Sharon Walker. Hurricane. Appreciate everybody that came through, man. My brother Charles Johnson. Miss D. Rumham. Copper Draco. APTV. Shout out to all of y'all, man. You know, like I said, I played several different videos. I think the one I wanted to play, I think I played it. The Gal King one. But yeah, the link's in the chat if anybody want to come up and say anything before I shut it down. Hold on. Let me play something else. Apologize for the commercials.
And I told you guys, I questioned it because she was just doing this book tour, talking about her memoir. She revealed a couple of things in interviews just about 2-3 months ago about what happened to her in the industry. She talked about being abused in Hollywood and many other things. She talked about having a controlling mom that basically pushed her into this Hollyweird industry when she was a baby. And then she said that her mother basically made it very clear to her that she was never allowed to say no. She also talked briefly as well in an interview about how she was taken, she was on a ship and she was brought downstairs into a room and put next to this naked man
my brother
who she said
Nasir
was very famous.
Real quick. Man, let me stop sharing that. We come back to that. Where the hell it go? Oh, here it go. My bad. My bad, y'all. Give me a second. Hey, shout out my brother Haru. I wanted to play this real quick. Let me bring this up. My brother Nasir. Share that. Bam. Share. Share screen right here, bam. Let's bring it up. Hold on. Should be sharing. Here we go.
I got the blues, but I don't mind. All I have to do is get to you, and then I feel just fine. I'm on a down, but not all.
My sister Shawanda Williams, Haru, much love and respect to both of y'all. This new, my brother, TP Production.
I got the blues, but I don't mind. All I have to do is get to you, and then I feel just fine. I'm on a down, but not all the I got the blues, but I don't mind. All I have to do is get to you, and then I feel just fine. I'm on a down, but not all the
Hey, shout out my brother Nasir. I hope y'all can hear that. But yeah, you know, I'm gonna get back to the other video, the Gal King. And then I'm probably gonna shut this down if nobody wanna come up. But we've been showing how racist America is. People are losing their mind. Let's get back to that. Shout out to Savvy. Let's go.
And the fact that they have now opened this up, to me, that says they suspect some things. Let's go on a little bit more here.
So law enforcement is investigating this seemingly at the same time as the coroner's office. And by the way, it's been reported that no cause or manner of death has been determined and that they're awaiting the toxicology results, right? The toxicology test, the toxicology report, which could take some time. And then you couple that with reporting that is now coming out by multiple outlets like Fox, CNN, the New York Times, that the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, we're talking federal agency here, has joined the investigation. So the questions I have, the questions I think we all have are, why? What does this mean? What are they looking for? What is happening now behind the scenes? So I'm going to be bringing on a retired detective shortly just to talk about that, what we should be thinking about. But first, let me just give you some more information, okay? So we have also learned that reportedly, the Heroes actress on-again, off-again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother, Zach, were at the scene, were at the apartment, that they placed the 911 phone call. CNN is claiming the police report indicates that an officer interviewed the brothers, with the police report saying, quote, I spoke with Zach Hickerson first. He advised this was his brother's girlfriend. CNN is also reporting that Brian Hickerson allegedly showed officers a bag of medications at the apartment. This is per a police report. And by the way, TMZ has also reported that sources claim Narcan was found at this apartment too, which is used to treat an opioid overdose. Now, something to note about Brian Hickerson, if you're not familiar with him when it comes to Hayden Panettiere, he had been accused by the actress of domestic abuse, particularly in her memoir just a few months back. The New York Times was reporting that back in March, only a few months before Hayden Panettiere died, she had reportedly hired security to keep Hickerson away.
Now, let's go back to what she said, that she was told never to say no. And people wonder, well, how does she end up in this abusive type of relationship? We also talked about how, you know, she did have a daughter. Her daughter did not live with her. Her daughter lived with her ex, and apparently over in Ukraine. And when people, if you have a mother who is not nurturing, if you have a mother who doesn't want to be motherly towards you, like Hayden claimed, and just sees you as an employee, and you're gonna, go out there and become the star or whatever and make a lot of money. When abuse happens to you, if you don't feel as though you can go to the mother, what do you do? Especially when the mother they tell you, according to her, don't say no. What do you do? Now, I don't know what happened at this scene that night, but the fact that they've opened up this investigation leads me to believe they think there could be some type of foul play, but not sure. We don't know if this is something, we still don't know if this is something that she did to herself or if it was done to her. And considering the fact that she was telling some things at that point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if it were the latter. People start talking. Here you go.
That court documents reveal he was sentenced to 45 days in jail after pleading no contest to 2 felony domestic violence charges for injuring Panettiere. Panettiere wrote in her memoir, "What I never told them was that the abuse I'd endured didn't feel as bad as the thought of being alone." And by the way, Hickerson himself even came out after this memoir was published, apologized for what happened, saying it was true that he was in a dark place that included issues with substances, and that it was a, quote, terrible thing I did to her. In fact, let me call this out too. Hayden Panettiere's estranged mother, Leslie Vogel, has now spoken out too, telling NBC in part, quote, "This person in her life that we've been trying to get rid of for quite some time was with her at her death." And that was Brian Hickerson.
Something else that her mother also said, it is kind of weird that her mom's statement, at least what was revealed to the press, did not seem to have any type of remorse. It was just kind of weird to me. It's like, we've been trying to get rid of this person, basically, if that makes sense. And then there's this. Now, see, I don't like messy. And Gayle King has been messy. Let me show you what she's doing now. Gayle King was one of the people who interviewed Hayden more recently about the book tour. Listen to what she's saying about Hayden Panettiere now that she's dead.
When it comes to Hayden, was there any signs when you saw her last time in the studio? I know you wanted to last. I'm not going to say there were signs, but
she was clearly still wobbly, and I still thought that she was still working things out. But my heart sank when I heard what had happened to her. I mean, we all think that.
Did everybody hear what she said? Let me run it back when she says what she was. Listen.
Signs when you saw her last time in the studio. I know you wanted to last.
I'm not going to say there were signs, but she was clearly still wobbly.
She was clearly still wobbly. Doesn't this remind you of what Oprah did to Whitney Houston? Like just recently, we talked about this. Why did you wait? You say this stuff after people have died and they can't defend themselves. Yeah. So here we go. Did you get what I'm saying? That plants things. When you say, oh, well, she was kind of still wobbly. She's not alive to come in and defend herself. And that leads people to start to think about other things. Why didn't you say that when she was alive? Oof.
And I still thought that she was still working things out, but my heart sank when I heard what had happened to her. I mean, we all think that because she was still such a talent and seemed to be on the way. It was just heartbreaking to me. That's all.
Now, her mother did respond and say that there was like a certain individual that was kind of like in between their relationship. Did you see that comment that her mother made?
No, but when you read the book, you knew that there was something between her and the ex-boyfriend.
Right.
And many people thought that she had gotten past that. Clearly, she hadn't. But, I prefer to concentrate on who she was when she was here. That's what I want people to remember. The light that she was. I really loved the father of her child, what he said about her. He said he wants to make sure that his daughter knows who the mother was and that she is held in such high regard. I was very, very, very touched by that. That, to me, is the most important thing. But it was just heartbreaking all around. And now we know that there's an investigation. We shall see. We just want her to rest. We just want her to rest in
Neutrogena
peace.
made a statement on via social media saying that that's not what they stand for. They made her feel uncomfortable while she was alive during that difficult time in her life. What do you think of that?
But you know, during that time, we weren't talking about postpartum.
Pause. That's a lie. We'll come back to this video. Neutrogena, for those who are not aware, Hayden Panettiere at one point, she did have like this endorsement gig with Neutrogena. And at that point in time, she was doing commercials for them. I remember this as well. But apparently, because I guess during some type of interview or whatever, she was talking about postpartum depression, Neutrogena saw that as a problem for their brand. And so they were just basically like, we don't really want you to be representing us. And that's what you're talking about. That's just part of being human. That's just part of, you know, obviously someone being a mom. She was asked about it. And so she answered the question about it. But Neutrogena had a problem with that. They basically wanted you to be something, you know, just pretend everything's okay and none of those things. So basically you are the brand and the brand is you, essentially. Gail is taking cover for Neutrogena here. And let me show you. Okay. I'll come back to Gail. She lying. Because check this out. Right here. Simple Normal. Yes, Gail King, we have been talking about postpartum depression. Remember when you reported on Andrea Yates in the early 2000s? Even your friend Oprah did a show about it back then. We've been talking about this since 2001. Hayden was in 2015. So you see how she just lied? You see that? So that is Gail trying to come in to run cover for, guess what? A company, a brand. She's trying to protect Neutrogena. So Neutrogena just recently issued a statement saying they're saddened about her death and they didn't mean this and they didn't mean that and blah, blah, blah. Bull crap. Because you didn't come out and issue the statement until after she died. She talked about this before. So do you see how Gail King is running to protect business? Oh, well, we didn't know much about that back then. And, you know, we didn't talk about. Yes, we did.
They made her feel uncomfortable while she was alive during that difficult time in her life. What do you think of that?
But you know, during that time, we weren't talking about postpartum. We were not talking about that. So I appreciate the fact that Neutrogena is acknowledging that and saying that, you know, they clearly are expressing some regrets. But back then, we were not talking about it the way we're talking about it now. You know, it's like my Angela used to always say, when you know better, you do better. I think that's a lesson for all of us.
No, Gail. You don't get to bring Maya Angelou into this. This is what? No. We have to boo this woman. We have to boo. We have to boo. Get her out of here. Get her out of here. Maybe Neutrogena, maybe one of the sponsors for CBS. I don't know. But you don't do that when people die. You don't then come forward and say, oh, she was wobbly. And you don't do that. You don't do that. She can't defend herself. And that should make you guys ask more questions again about this industry, how people can just do things like that. Corey said so pretty well here, Corey Oliver. Don't forget Gail King going after Kobe Bryant. I'll never forget that. This is why Black prominent people shouldn't sit down with Gail King or Oprah for interviews. They work in bad faith. There it is. There it is. It's sad what has happened. I feel like it's a common tale in the world of Hollyweird. And I told you guys, I often question if some of these former stars that they say died from an overdose actually died from that. I wonder if, you know, these things actually happened the way they said it happened. I wonder if some of these people that they said were on drugs were actually on drugs. I wonder if some of the people they said were crazy were actually crazy. And one of the people I think people need to take a look at right now is Amanda Bynes. She was on Nickelodeon, was doing pretty well in her acting career. And they said all of a sudden one day something just snapped. Did something just snap? Or did somebody hurt Amanda? Did somebody do something to Amanda? And maybe that triggered something. What happened? You look at right now what's going on with Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande, again, that was another one who was a child star. People are worried about her right now. They said she just snapped. She just changed. Did she just snap? Or did somebody do something to Ariana? Because things that are done to children when they're younger, sometimes people may not start to show that and act out on that until they're an adult. Hayden told us about what happened to her. And when you have a mom that basically tells you she's not looking for no mother-daughter relationship, and you're her little employee, her little soldier, what do? How do you handle and deal with an abusive boyfriend? So it's like, because she said her mother had told her that she owed her, and she meant she owed her money. That's not love. That's employment. It's a scary industry. And things happen to these people. And I feel like the press, this is why I had a problem with what Gail said there, because that's planting a seed, telling people, oh, she was wobbly. So then it gives people the impression, well, she must have been drunk or under the influence during that interview. Therefore, I shouldn't even believe what she said in her memoir. You see how this works? They did the same thing with Britney Spears. I saw all this stuff. They did the same thing with Britney. They did this with Justin Bieber. I mean, the list goes on. If they can make you think the person is crazy, then their job is done. Sakina, I remember when Gail and Oprah were on Club Quarantined with D Nice, 10-year-old daughter, so fake they couldn't talk to a 10-year-old. Oh no, man. This is a very scary one. Someone mentioned the jab. Yeah, that's another thing that's been brought up. People wonder if the jab is something that could have. They said she went into a cardiac arrest, but they haven't confirmed.
I've been saying that for a minute. Cause. That jab
could have had something to do with that too. Her brother died. Heart issue. Don't know. But some crazy stuff going on in Hollywood, guys. Hey guys, this was a Savvy video. If you like what you saw,
shout out to Savvy, man. Hit that like button. Make sure y'all sub up to our channel, man. Shout out to Savvy, man. I don't know if my brother Chief Eagle Eye back you back, Chief. You know, I was gonna also say, you know, I see my brother Poison Puppet. Get y'all fire sticks, man. You get 3 free days. Then after that, it's $15 a month. You can have it on as many TVs as you want. You get everything that's on cable. Go to Walmart, order off of Amazon, get y'all Fire Stick, download the NetGo app, man, and save some money. You get all the pay-per-views, get y'all Bibler. My brother just put the Bibler. You know, get y'all Biblers, man. ProfitLevi@gmail.com. ProfitLevi@gmail.2. ProfitLevi2@gmail.com. It's one of them. ProfitLevi2@gmail.com. There you go. Brother Chief Eagle Eye having phone problems. But yeah, Shamaka Essentials, man. You know, the copy of Enemy's public white book called Fire 1 and 2. Our farming group. But yeah, you back. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, before you get ready to go, I just wanted to make sure you just said it right there. y'all make sure y'all participate in what we're doing as farming, and we're getting set up so that we can, we're using our scholarly decisions to make decisions on freedom. And to start with freedom, you got to start with food. Start with food, you got to start with farm and land. So we got the idea on what we're supposed to be doing. And like he said, we networking. We already networking on farming. So if anybody's interested, we always post it in the abundantly farm, not abundantly farming mothers, but the American Family Farmers is the name of our group. American Family Farmers is the distinction of who we are and what type of farmers we are. Indigenous farmers. Okay, so everyone that wants to learn how to farm, you want to learn more things about the USDA, learn some things about trying to get your business set up. Come on Sunday and come listen and come hear what we got to say, so you can find out how to do your PMAs, how to do your nonprofits. We got the information to get you free. So if you're serious, all you gotta do is email OG. OG will give you the link. Or if you're prepared to write my email down, you can email me at igwatkins18. igwatkins18 at Gmail. You can text me, you could email me at any time. I give you more information. I'll call you back and make sure you get the link so you can come. For all the serious people, we're not talking about the debaters. We're talking about and even if you do debate, if you're serious, come join us. If you're not, keep debating. With that being said, OG, peace and love, my brother.
Peace and love. I'm gonna try to do a live Sunday before we do the Zoom call. See if anything we can put the link in the chat.
For sure, I'll be
get
there.
it to later on in the week. Yeah, but hopefully everybody's been good, man. Like I said,
peace and love and respect to everybody.
Peace and love and respect, brother. The brother Poison Puppet putting out the different products that I promote and different companies that I promote. Check out Shamaka Essentials, man. All natural products. Check out my brother, my Bibler brother, Prophet Levi. Get y'all Biblers. The Net-Go app. Like I said, get rid of that cable bill, man. And you get all the pay-per-views. Get that copy of Fire 1 and 2, man. Get that book, what's the name of it? The Black Genocide of the Aboriginal Americans, man. But yeah, hopefully everybody good, man. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up. We're about networking over here, my brother. We have, like I said, we have a farming group every Sunday. If you're serious about, helping yourself and helping your people, man. That's what we do over here, man. So like I said, nobody ain't gonna hit the link. I'm gonna close out with a couple songs. Hopefully everybody good. I may come back later or tomorrow. You know what I mean? You got something you want me to review, send it to my Oh, that's what I meant to do. Hold on. Let me stop that real quick. My brother sent me a declaration. Let me show that real quick. Them tweets had me forgetting. The Declaration of Independence. We hold these trusts to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain uneligible rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That too secures the rights. Government or institutions among men derives their just powers from the consent of the government. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organized powers in such form as to they shall most likely be effective their safety and happiness. Thank you, my brother, Poison Puppet, because I always say that, and I always say that if the government becomes tyrannical, we had the power to overthrow that government, and he just shown it in their words. Thank you, my brother, Poison Puppet. I'm definitely gonna have that in my arsenal, man. You know what I mean? When I be talking about the right to self-govern and that other stuff, creating our own government. So that's, y'all see it. Declaration of Independence. Just wanted to show that, let that sink in. I'll read that again. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute a new government. And that's where I see that this government has been doing for a long time. A long time. Say power to the people. That shows the people who have the power, the people. The people have the power. My brother sent me that. I just definitely wanted to show that. Thank you, bro. Make sure I put a star next to this and save it. Links in the chat. Any topic, man. The links in the chat. Because I always say that. And that. Thank you, brother. And I believe that's part of the Constitution, somewhere in the Second Amendment, or something like that. And that's what I stand on. APTV. Links in the chat. Like I said, I'm a part of a farming group. We're trying to take back our no problem, man. I know you're a content creator. Everybody sub up to everybody's channel. We're trying to do our part in making America great again for our people, for niggas, for black people, flag on the plate, for Aboriginals, for Americans, by growing our own fruits and vegetables and herbs. So we have a farming group. Anybody want to join, email me or text me, and I'll send you the Zoom link every Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's why when people be saying you ain't doing nothing outside of YouTube, I normally tell them, speak for yourself, because you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know this shit I'm doing. It ain't for you to know. Only those who know. You know what I mean? I fight for my people. I may not crash out because, a hanging or anything, or, but I crash out for my people. Yeah, I like Zoom. You can have more people up. I'm on StreamYard today. I normally don't use StreamYard. I normally use Zoom. But yeah, you can with Zoom. Zoom is cheaper a month and more people. But yeah, man, we doing some, big things over here. Shout out my brother Chief Eagle Eye America Family Farmers. That's the group that I support. You know what I mean? We will be doing a stream in the near future. You know what I mean? I just did a stream, I think a couple days ago. Should we challenge the education system? They're teaching kids about transgenders and rotating private parts. You know what I mean? So yeah, we should be challenging everything that they're teaching to the new next generation. Like I said, I have a dog in a fight. I have a 10-year-old daughter. She'll be 10 next week. I got a dog in a fight. That's why I'm fighting. We should be challenging everything that they're teaching in these schools. It seems like I don't want to be talking about racism, but it seems like somehow, some way, I'm always talking about racism. But I'm happy to see other people calling out these races. Like I said, the judicial system gives them a slap on the wrist. You need to start punishing them. And then you'll have less people doing less hate crimes because they know it's a punishment behind it. But until, the judicial system start treating the racists, the way they, fair, they giving them so-called fair treatment. When they become unfair with the racists, maybe we'll get some change around here because they giving the racists a slap on the wrist when, like I said, they should be getting penalized for pushing their hate. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, I'm glad you're back. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, I'm back, everybody. Sorry about that. I had a phone call, man. Like I said, if America dealt with racism the way they should, racism would have been solved. But yeah, hopefully everybody good. Stay dangerous, man. We're gonna close out with a couple songs. I'm gonna shout out to people, and like I will be back. And thank you for that information, my brother Poison Puppet. I got it in my arsenal now. Thank you. So when I pop my shit, I know I got the right to pop my shit. You know what I mean? Because I always say, the shit the government doing, we got the right to take this motherfucker over. And I mean it. But yeah, hopefully everybody good, man. We're going to close out with some music since nobody came up. If nobody told y'all they love y'all today, OG and his family love y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that always tap in with the OG. It's all love, man. It's all love. Now my computer want to act up. Let me take that. Let me cancel it. All right, that's what I got to do. It's to share now. Let's go, man. Hood Politics Part 4, man. Nobody told y'all they love you today. OG and his family love y'all.
You are now
Everything.
The love
And show the
politics.
OG support, man.
To reduce
Like
the
you already
lies
know.
of the people behind
Come on up then, man. Come on up, brother.
it.
Come on up, my nigga Key.
The goddess of love.
Come on up, brother.
The goddess of
I still got some time. You can come up. The link is the link pinned. But yeah. And I'm gonna send that to my nigga Smoke because I'm gonna go in on his channel like I always do. These niggas scared to fight. They just want to agree with everything the government doing to us, right? And when I say what I say, you know what I mean? Oh, you going too far, OG. No, man. It says it in their writing. If the government becomes too tyrannical, you have the right to do what you got to do. Let me see if the link's still in the chat. Let me put it in there for my nigga Key. And they always paint me out, you know, that because I don't want to be a law-abiding bitch, I call citizen, because I'm willing to fight the establishment back. You know, they want to throw me under being a citizen. When I'm telling them what I'm telling them right here. But what's good, my nigga Key? How you doing? You can unmute, family. How you doing, brother? Much love to you and the family. Peace and power.
Peace.
Motherfucking power.
Peace and power, OG. You know I'm just tapping in with you, man. I was trying to catch you before you got up out of here. Salute, man. How you doing, good brother?
All good, man. All good. Much love and respect. Another beautiful day in America, man. Shout out my nigga Hiker, man. My nigga Key. You see what I got across the screen, man?
Now, what's that, OG?
A Declaration of Independence.
Can
you see it?
Barely, because you know I'm on my phone, so it's small, man. I was listening to what you was just saying, and you know, a lot of people, man, don't want to take up the responsibility of putting things in forth for us to survive after the system. You know, they want to rely on the system. You know, they want to be able to rely on the system for their food, you know what I'm saying, and for protection and stuff like that. They don't want to actually govern themselves, you know what I mean? So they used to this comfortability that they have with the system. There'd be a lot of part of why people don't want to have any pushback for what's going on with the government. And also they don't want to give up their, you know, technology. They feel like we're being governed properly.
Yeah, that's it right there, Key. That technology, brother. That you hit it on the head. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut.
Oh no.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
I gotta come agree with you. And they don't even realize that the technology is really what's gonna drive us to a place that we don't want to be. You understand what I'm saying? It's already taken over to where it's gonna put us in a police state. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, they got the technology damn near governing us now. So once we get to a point to where we can't do nothing without being surveillanced and we're being policed by AI, I think that's when it's really gonna touch them and let them know, you know, that they got themselves into something that they weren't ready for. Can you hear me, OG?
Yes, sir. I walked away, but I hear you.
Okay.
You loud and clear. And shout out my sister Jews, Frosty Jews. Much love and respect. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, shout out to everybody, man. You know, when you get those people who are giving you pushback for calling out the discrepancies and the inconsistencies from the powers that be, you're pushing against their comfortability. You know what I'm saying? They're willing to get sick if the people lead us to get sick. They're willing to die if the people lead us all into the population. You know what I'm saying? They're willing to go under mind control situations and stuff like that if that's where the government lead us to. It's not many warriors that's left. You know, the strong is few. There's only a few strong that's gonna really put their lifestyle, their life, and their well-being on the line to speak up for the rest of the people. But then we have our own people who will give us pushback for doing that when it ain't like you just talking for yourself or I'm just talking to myself. I'm talking for everybody. Even the person who ignorantly is following the government, it's things that could be better for them too. But they don't know how to plan for building a nation. They don't even have a thought process of what they would do without the government. You understand what I'm saying? So that's all it is. It's just kind of pushing against their comfortability within this system. And a lot of people done bent over backwards to be comfortable in this system. And that's what they're afraid of losing. So I'm with you 100%, OG. You already know.
Appreciate you, brother. Hiker, what's good? How you doing, brother? I know you went tap in and got my brother Nasir. Go ahead, Hiker.
Nah, man, I appreciate it. I appreciate you letting me on the platform here. You know, good to hear a lot of people being good and helping our community where a lot of other people just looking for I'm doing something, but when it comes down to the for sure and show, if they ain't getting the likes and the shares and the follows, they really not, into it, you know what I'm saying? And using people up for just to be, look, I did this and I should get honored for it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to look for being honored. People gonna recognize what you do once you put your work into it. You know what I'm saying? So, and for what I have, doing in my, I stopped jumping on the platform until I start doing a little more study on what's going on. And right now, they actually, like I told you, they was using us for computer chips. You're using our, then I started studying the pineal gland. They're actually harvesting, just to walk amongst this hot ass sun. And I mean, they're harvesting us, you know, to walk upon the tissues, to walk upon the sun. I mean, taking shots and everything of melanin shots. And man, it's like a lot of sick shit going on, bro. And the reason why technology, the flock cameras are coming, because it's like this here. In order to monitor my flock or my property that I no longer trust anymore, and I'm heavily invested into, I have to put up these
How you doing?
cameras.
Good,
You know
and
what I'm
how you
saying?
doing?
And
You
I
have a
have to
good
put up
time.
these. Whoa, what you say?
My bad. I was speaking to my neighbor. My neighbor was walking.
Oh, my fault. Well, I have to
You
put up
good?
these
I
flock
didn't know
cameras.
my mic was on. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I had to put up these flock cameras to keep up with my product. You know what I'm saying? That's what I look at it as. And you can see that, they never show the ones who's, I'm like, well, we the ones on YouTube saying these things, but I'm trying to figure out what happened to the activists we used to, be, following or just listen to them with a good speech. What happened to those? I don't see none of them out here. I don't see none of them speaking, and I know they ain't been, disbarred nowhere. So you meant to tell me all the rhetoric I was hearing in the early 2000s and late 90s was like, come on out, march. We gonna get this here started. We gonna get civil rights this and civil rights that. I don't see that no more. And I'm trying to figure out, wait a minute, y'all they was part of they were part of the bullshit, the corruption. So they talking about, well, the government ain't this, the government ain't that. Like I told you, what I read about us being put up on the stock market, I just said to myself, man, now I understand why we are in debt and we are paying debt. We're paying off somebody else's debt as they continue on making more and making more. Just that what makes the country run or make their corporation run. But our
Basically, what it is, I'm gonna say and give it right back to you. we're in debt because we're giving Israel benefits that we should be giving Americans. They're giving these Israeli citizens free education and free health care and money every month when that's supposed to be coming here. That's
Right,
why
they've been
we're
doing
in
it.
debt.
Yeah, I found out they've been doing it. And I found out,
Yeah, last 40, 50 years.
Right. And these people care nothing for American, you know what I'm saying? They come here, wave the flags, get our kids to participate in the march up and down the streets, when all the while our kids are not being taught that how powerful they are. If they were to stand up for America instead of standing up for other countries before they can stand up for themselves. Their parents are the ones struggling. You see what I'm saying? Like I say, I understand what a lot of women talking about. They mad because Trump is there, but I'm like kind of like not liking him, you know, a lot of shit. But I still like the way dude doing it because of this. Since he's been there, I have witnessed everything that everybody denied that they were. They told me, "Oh, I'm not a racist. I got black friends. I got this and that." But since dude come in office, now all you hear is, "The hell with him. I'm here. I'm in America. My patriotism, my this and that. My father was born. My mother was born, you know," and I'm happy to see that. I can see what I was thinking, you know, back in the days, you know what I'm saying? This shit was, you know, what they hid behind. This is the privilege that they asked themselves for. Now all of a sudden they get smacked at the bottom of their feet. Now it's a problem. You see what I'm saying? And we told them about this problem a long time ago. Even much when we started getting up on a platform with each other with the Aboriginal American movement. You see what I'm saying? And when they start hearing that situation, now you got other people making up their linguals, talking about I'm FBA, I'm foundational Black American. I'm not no foundational Black. No, I'm not Black. If you go read more into it, why would I want to call myself something that I know I'm not? You play along with it, they're gonna keep on doing what they want to do because they figure like this here. They pushing them out. Well, we Christians. Jesus died for our sins. So if he died for your sins, that means you're gonna continue doing the sins.
Exactly. Peace, my brother Hiker.
Yeah, what's up,
brother
man?
Nasir?
What's up, Nasir?
Peace.
My fault, bro. Like I said, I just don't
Nah,
want people to think.
I'm just agreeing with you out loud, brother. That's all.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm just agreeing with you out loud.
Right.
Those flock cameras and those AI data centers are in conjunction.
Right.
And if they are in conjunction, and Trump is everything that's on the average white man's mind. That's who he is.
But I tell him, bro.
And the reason why they are chest out now is because someone displayed what's on their mind.
Right.
And he gives them the fortitude to say exactly how they feel. Because if you got a man in office who says how he feels, no matter who it hurts, it gives them the courage. It encourages them to say what's on their mind.
And they can't hide no more.
I'd rather have it like that because I can go accordingly than to have somebody that's going to pretend to be a friend of mine and they are not a friend of mine. So I'd rather have it like that.
Right. Your parents can't hide, your brothers, cousins, nobody can hide now. And just because the dude, a real estate agent, has took control of a corporation, and now everybody coming out saying this man was this and this man was that, and then denied that the woman who was from India, and then you try to fool us to believe that, oh, she's black. Well, she could be black. We're not black. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about I had my favorite comedians on the radio vouching for this woman. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm like, I stopped watching some of the movies they made. I disowned everything.
Bought and paid for, brother. I can't stand up bought and paid for a Negro who in their sentiment rose above the condition of the people, but try to get us to be sheeple. That's what they're trying to do. Get us to be sheeple when whatever these people do, especially when it comes to monetarily and financially, it's not going to affect them. But they're trying to get us to be, see, I understand the game that they play because if they can be an influence, they can get us through who they influence. That's not happening. Salute to my good brother and comrade, Key Norfolk. Salute, brother. How you doing?
Right.
You know, you're not going to get us. You're not going to get us through who you think can influence us. Why? Because we're not allowing entertainers to influence or sway us. We're not allowing that. If that's your boy, that's your boy by himself. That's your boy by himself. So he don't got us. And you know what? And that says what they think about us. If they try those tactics, it says what they say about us. Because how a person panders to you and stereotype you is how they see you.
Right. And
that's how they see you.
When I seen them come in there, bro, and I hear people talk now, I be smiling and laughing because everything that we told them was the truth. And now you get to see it and you don't recognize what you're seeing because you're still trying to deny what you are. And that image in that mirror is not changing. And it's funny to see it, bro. And I'm glad he there just so I can show people what I told you. I ain't got to keep on arguing with you. Let them speak for themselves. They gonna expose themselves. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this. This my religion. This mine. This is this. I'm doing this. Then you turn around and go to the farmers. You don't want farmers to take seeds from something that you put a patent to, and then you take 90% of the patent or maybe 95% of the patent and tell them that they can't replant it because it's gonna be against somebody from feeding somebody. What's wrong with you people?
But it's good though, brother. It's good.
Vote for it.
It's good. A wise man told me that our hands will be forced and we will be forced to close the ranks.
Right.
So all of this is good.
Yeah,
it's good that we see all of this, and it's good that all of this are happening because those of us who live in this kumbaya, frozen of a world, everybody get along and, hugs and kisses type world, going to realize that's not and at the same time, brother, at the same time, our young brothers and sisters are being strung up on trees, and that man who they saw, nobody's saying nothing about it.
Yeah.
The president, nobody in the government is saying anything about it. Nobody's saying nothing about it. They're not expressing no outrage, no nothing. So as horrific as that is, we need to know who our open and consistent enemies are, because some of us really don't think we have. I have heard people say they don't have an enemy. Okay, be down. Wander aimlessly with your head in the damn sky, and you're gonna fall a victim. Just wander aimlessly with your head and your mind in the sky, and you're gonna fall a victim.
Right. I see it, bro. And I told him I'm just looking. But like I said, those who are for serious, I can really read through it and say, yeah, I can tell who's really want to stop it. But the ones who just running out here running with the rhetoric, say, bro, I'm laughing at it because I told them you are what you are. You just can't hide it. You just got to try and show it. You're trying to get a couple of crowd of people to manipulate them to be what you think you are and what your parents taught you to be. But you know for sure, Urge Man that came around and look what's happening. Urge Man got you speaking what you wanted to speak a long time ago, what you wanted to represent a long time ago. Now you get a chance to do so, and then you got a crowd of people to do so, and they pretending to be, oh, this one. Oh, I don't see this here. I don't see. Okay, let them take away your bank account. Let them take away the hospital bills or whatever. I mean, take away, give you more hospital bills or give you more debt. Let's see how that works out for you. You know what I'm saying? Then the ones who are investing into these so-called private prisons and all this in nonsense. Let's see where that gets you at. Because eventually, if you're not teaching your kids financial literacy or either how to harvest seeds to put it in the ground themselves and grow it, you're gonna be eating something that you're not gonna want to eat. You see what I'm saying? And then one more thing.
Yes,
did you see the kids that's missing in I think Philadelphia and different places, Missouri? These are like within a couple of months, these kids are coming up missing. And these are brown skinned brothers and sisters, young kids coming up missing. They pretending that they're being they pretending they did something like this, but I think it's a harvested thing going on to where they had found out that two polices from one of these departments pulled over a guy and his female his lady, beat him up, handcuffed her, put in the back of the police car, try to take him, but he's escaped and jumped in the car and took off to go get help. And then when he went to the police station to try and report it, they pretend that it was somebody pretending to be police officers, but they wasn't pretenders. They was actually police working for the police department.
You're
You know
talking
what I'm
about you're talking about the young sister who had just graduated out of high school or something a few months ago.
I think
If
so. Her
somebody,
and her boyfriend was together. Her and her boyfriend was
if
together.
somebody, well, that happened to another. I don't know if it was this young lady was by herself. And
yeah, I did the one case where the guy tried to kidnap her.
Tried to kidnap the
And
sister
act
and
like she
somebody
was a
helped
cop. I
her.
didn't hear about the one you talking
Yeah.
about, Heifler, but go ahead and
Yeah, but you know, brother.
And welcome, Wale.
Let me tell you something. When you have a response to such things, and that response is a equal response or greater than greater than, things will change. They are not mourning, okay? When they are having funerals the same day as we are, things will change. Okay? When they're mourning just as much as we are, things will change. But like when I see brothers in videos pointing guns and stuff, rapping, the first thing I think of is, who is that for? Who's that for? Is that for our enemy? Is that for me?
Right.
Or my son? That's the first thing I think of. Because they rapping real tough and they pointing the damn guns. But who is that damn gun for? Who you gonna shoot with that? And those same tough guys will watch each other get beat the fucking death in front of them while holding those same damn guns. There's no way in this world, if I was in a state, that I can carry guns out like that. I wouldn't be the actual, if I gotta be the sole vanguard of the area I'm in, I'll be the sole vanguard that I see any shit gonna go down. It will go down. Cats in open carry states, and all they doing is carrying. That's it, just carrying. What DMX say in that song you said? He said, niggas kill me always talking about a drive-by, and all they did is drive by. Didn't bust nothing, just drove by.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I was saying about the when I was telling you about that the Akron, Akron, Ohio. Akron, Ohio. They are teaching 5th graders through health classes about sex. But the way they are teaching, you can opt out of the contract. You can opt out of it. But still, they're showing young boys, if a young girl wants to be, into that mode at that moment in time while she's in class, you have the right to be that person. And then they're telling the young girls the same thing. If you feel like you're intimate, you have the right to be who you want to be. And if you don't, you could just masturbate. Who tells these to
That's insane.
They in Akron, Ohio, this is what's going down. What sick person would trying to tell a child something like that?
That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. And I tell myself, wait a minute, you meant to tell me so if they 10, they can be I just don't get it, bro. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Maybe some people want to.
At that age, we were taught about anatomy, but we were taught what we were encouraged to wait.
Right. And girls, I used to love it when girls used to tell me, here come my daddy, you gotta go. You gotta get off the porch. Don't let him see you. And then you won't be in their house. You have to get the hell from around there because daddy was coming home from work and make sure the homework was did. They can, understand what responsibilities was. But now they feel like that world is dead. They feel like, shit, I want to be young. I want to get out here and show the world I can do it myself. Then they wind up sleeping in the cars, being unalive, being kidnapped, beat by police and everything, and then get it on there, want to put it on the internet. And some of these people that understand what's going on, they're out there trying to portray a role, like putting it on the internet just for clout. and just to turn people's heads towards what if this may happen, but it's not happening. You see what I'm saying? Like you distracting people. You see what I'm saying? You turn around and make a police. Like I told you, when I got caught, I was like, how the hell they knew exactly where I was at? Because the TV I was in a hotel. And when the TV had a green screen, a green line around the screen, it went to one side of the screen to the opposite side. Then it turned red. And I kept saying, wonder why it's turning red. And before you know it, the police was outside the door saying I had warrants. I said, wait a minute. So y'all, wait. So you mean to tell me I walk into a hotel with the India people who's in New Orleans running it, and I ask for towels, and the first thing y'all do is they don't go for the women. They didn't go for the women. They went for the man. And when I seen the TV turn that red mark on, and I got in the car to pull out just to go get something to come right back to the room, before I could make it back to the room, I was in handcuffs. I told myself, man, I don't trust it. I don't trust nothing. I don't trust it.
Well, that sounds like a pause. So is that Nasir enemy public on?
You ain't got nothing positive going. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Or anything that's going good for you. Because some people out there really don't want to do it. These vampires are really serious. And they ain't playing no games, bro. Especially in these kangaroo courtrooms. You know what I'm saying? All they need is a pinata. Walking in, they don't understand nothing. Ridiculous, man. I'm trying to just say, bro, it's here go to melanin harvesting. The pineal gland, the pineal gland had to be crushed to get to melanin. And they know for sure they can inject it into their bodies, and they want to turn a certain color to walk in the sun. But this the point about it. I found out that melanin is worth more per gram than gold, platinum, and silver. Your melanin is worth more than gold, platinum, and silver. I'm talking about per gram. It's like $428 to $500 something for per gram of melanin that your body produces through your chakra. And that's why they're not stopping nobody from shooting each other. They already know that's free. That's free bodies. I get to take out what I want to take and give back the hull, the shell, and let you put that in the ground, and we walk away rich. Ridiculous, bro. Yeah, it was like 460 active cases of missing kids in the city of Berkeley, St. Louis County, or something like that, and also in Ohio. I'm talking about it. Then they say to myself, you got to watch it because the immigrants, they over here from Ukraine, you know what I'm saying, fake Jews and Russians, and they after because they know it's more valuable to put you in jail or either put you on the ground or make you disappear for them to get rich in America. Sad case, bro. Sad case. So y'all just pay attention, man. Like I tell you, I don't, like I said, it's about Africa, a tribalistic place. Tribalistic people. But you come here and try and make Americans turn their heads to what they're not. That shit is amazing to me. Scary though, but you just watch yourself if you don't have to. Because they tell some people like, man, that's on them. That's on them that they mess up. But why not teach them so they don't mess up? At least they can have a thought in their mind that somebody try to help out. That's if they want it. And if they don't want it, you don't have to beat them. You know what I'm saying? I told people about, when I learned that about beating a child, I'm like, for what? You put the shoes on them, tell them go outside and play, but don't get dirty. It's you. Wait. Put the shoes on, tell them go outside and play, but don't get dirty. Think about that. Think about it. Crazy, man. Like I tell y'all, man, y'all stay beautiful, man. Stay wise. Stay energized up. Change up your health. health thing. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta watch some places you're going to eat now because these people saying since the Mellow Anthony shit and Metcalf shit, they want to start spitting in your food and putting this in your food and all that there. What makes you say things this way? We won't do to people that type of stuff. You come to our big place of business, we making sure you have the best of the top of the line of ice water from whatever drink you want to you want to put your body through, but you enjoy a meal and go home full or bring more people back. That's why I say, bro, I'm glad Orange Man came around. Now I can really see what you say you're not, and you are. You can't hide it. 1930 census proved race was invented. Boy, it's some wild stuff. Like I said, man, y'all, anybody want to take the thing, man, I fix my plate. You heard me? I'm ready to eat some of this here right now. So y'all go ahead and run it, man. I'm going to listen right quick when I do this.
Yeah, it keep knocking me out all the time while you was talking, Hiker. It knocked me out. I don't even know if Wale tapped in. Did you tap in, Wale? Mic check.
Yeah, I tried, but the guy started talking like he couldn't hear me, so I just left it alone for a while.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. You can tap in. Open topic, whatever you want to talk about, man. It been acting crazy, knocking me out. It's like the third time I done got knocked out.
I was talking to my nephew. He gave me a call, and we had a 5-minute conversation with 5 interruptions. Every half a minute, the damn line dropped.
Yeah, I was talking about my main topics. I think I reviewed 4 videos. One was the reason why I don't go out to eat. They got so-called white people spitting in different restaurants, spitting in people's food. I played that video. I played Gary, Indiana without power. Another guy being hung in North Carolina. And Mega being exposed. Those are 4 videos, but it's always an open topic over here. I really don't have a topic, but it's whatever you want to talk about.
I just heard somebody say, people say they don't have no enemy or something like that, like it was some kind of problem. And
yeah, I don't say that.
I am. I'm one of them people who say I have no enemy. And I thought maybe, I didn't realize or think about people could have an adverse reaction. They just don't agree, but an adverse reaction, that's kind of different. So I thought maybe if I explain what I was saying or what is meant by that when I say it, because other people say different stuff meaning different things. But when I say it, I thought I explained it to everyone, and then they could see if they want to have an enemy or not. Because I think that's a matter of a decision. You decide to have an enemy, and then you can. And if you decide not to, then you don't. And I decided not to have an enemy, so I don't have one. But I could dig it if other people, feel like they need an enemy in their life. So they can have one.
I was just showing this, Wale. This is like, hold on. Let me bring it up again. Let me see if I can bring it up. Where's it at? Here. Like I said, I got it across the screen. Should be screen sharing now.
What it say?
See if you can make. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain uneligible rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That's to secure that these rights. Government institutions among men derive their power from consent of the governed. That
That's what they
whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its own foundation on such principles of organizing and its power in such forms as to them shall most likely affect their safety and health. Like I always say, I don't have my enemy is not the people that come on my line or in my chat. I know who my enemy is, and it's the government that's allowing, this poison food, poison water, poison air, vaccines, and all above. Those are my enemy, not the people. And I'm one of the ones say, hey, we think we got a tyrannical government. We have the right to overthrow it. And that's what I stand on. That's why I say I have an enemy. You may not have an enemy.
Oh, no, not at all.
But I feel like I have an enemy, and that enemy is pushing transgender in the schools.
Uh-huh.
That enemy is pushing COVID vaccines on the people.
Uh-huh.
And that's why I take my stance. The people in the chat ain't my enemy. You ain't my enemy. It's the enemy that's allowing these people to poison my daughter or the youth or the children of the next generation, however you want to put it. That's why I say I have an enemy. But yeah.
That's what I say. I understand people say they have an enemy, and that's your prerogative, and I have no enemy.
Yeah, I feel you, and I got you. No argument here, brother. But my main thing, like it keep kicking my nigga Key Northwell out. I'm glad you came up, but I'm gonna have to end this, John, because this goddamn StreamYard acting crazy, man.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
It done kicked me out 3 times. It been kicking my brother Key Northwell out. It's like that's why I try not to use StreamYard. I got, I got to go back to Zoom, but I do StreamYard every blue moon. But yeah, there's no disrespect, brother. Hey, you're allowed to feel the way you feel. I feel the way I feel. You know what I mean?
There you go, my man.
Intellectual conversation. That's all, brother. So thank you for coming up. You want to holler at the people before I shut it down? Because, like I said,
yeah, everybody, hello, man. Everybody, be good to yourself. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's the trick. Be good to yourself.
I totally agree. No argument. Make sure y'all sub up to the Brother Wale channel, man. I appreciate everybody that came through, man.
You've been on here a few minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I think how long I've been on? About 2 hours, 3 hours.
Okay, that's beautiful.
That's how I reviewed 4 different videos. The 4 different videos I reviewed was yeah, they was nice length videos. And I know my nigga Smoke probably going live.
Yeah, sometime soon.
Yeah, sometime soon, because he ain't been live in a couple days. So Chief Crazy overstand, salute. But yeah, man, I'm glad you came up, Wale. Anytime I put the link out, you're welcome to come up. My brother, I'm gonna end this, John, because like I said, they knocking me in and out, messing with my my stream, so it's time to end it. So thank you for coming up, brother.
Hey, thank you, man. Be good to yourself.
Yes, sir. You heard what the brother Wale said. Be good to yourself, man. That's good advice. I love that advice, Wale. Respect, brother. One love. We're gonna close out with, it ain't even let me do that, man. It ain't even let me do that. I'm just gonna close this jam out, man. Nobody told y'all they love y'all. OG and his family love y'all, man. We out. Stream y'all fucking up. Shout out to Chief Crazy Overstand, my brother Key Norfolk, Poison Puppet, Wale, my sister Jules, Hiker, my brother Nasir, APTV 13 Keys, my sister Sharon Walker, Shawanda Williams, Haru, Maybach, D. Allen Warren, None of Your Business, Cross the Bridge, Wild Savage, Bellioso, my brother Bellioso, Flat Motherfucking Power, Junebug. Appreciate everybody that came through, man. Nobody told y'all they love you today. I love y'all, man. We out. Peace.